Earreads, an imprint of C. Parham, presents the Blackout, the Complete Series. Books 1 to 4, written by Ion SMI, narrated by Ava Vale and Ace Roberts. Copyright 2026 by Ion SMI. All rights reserved. The Husband. Book 1 of the Blackout, written by Ion SMI, narrated by Ace Roberts. Copyright 2026 by Ion SMI. All rights reserved.
Chapter 1. The anger moved in 18 months ago, never left, never paid rent. The argument had been about the dishwasher. Not really. It never was. It started with me making an offhand comment about the way Aaron loaded it. Aaron went very quiet. The kind of quiet that meant the dishwasher wasn't the point at all. I knew it. I said nothing. Saying nothing was easier than admitting I knew exactly what I'd done. She took her wine downstairs. I came up to my office. That was 40 minutes ago. I sat at my desk in the suffocating heat of a Tuesday in July. My laptop fan screamed at full speed. A half-eaten granola bar went stale beside the keyboard. A low, grinding resentment sat right behind my sternum. I never used to feel this way. I wasn't angry about the dishwasher. I was angry that I spoke at all. "You always do this," Aaron told me last month. Her voice never raised. That made it worse. "You say something small and dismissive. Then you look at me like I'm overreacting. You've done it for years, Mark. You don't even hear yourself anymore. I hear myself fine. I just didn't like what I heard." Outside, the cicadas roared. The AC unit shuddered in the window. It fought the 94-degree night and lost. My office hit 80 degrees anyway. My shirt stuck to my back. The first 3 buttons undone an hour ago. A patient file sat open in front of me. I used to delegate administrative tasks back when the practice was profitable. Now my eyes moved across the text. My brain processed none of it. She's down there right now, I thought, alone with a glass of wine, and I'm up here, choosing this. I pushed back from the desk. I needed to go down, apologize. Not for the opinion, but for the tone. She was right about the tone. I stood up. The sound hit first. A massive metallic crack echoed like a rifle shot fired directly into the earth. A long, descending pop ripped across the entire block. My hand flew to the desk. For one fractured second, my doctor brain said transformer. My survival brain said explosion. Both were wrong about what happened next. The AC died. Not a gradual wind down. Not a gentle rattle and stop. It simply ceased to exist. The fan in my laptop stopped. My desk lamp, the hallway nightlight, the faint blue glow of the smoke detector. All of it, gone. The darkness was total, dimensional, the kind I could press my hand against. I stood completely still. Okay, I thought. The clinical part of my brain moved into triage mode. 15 years of emergency medicine drilled it into me. Grid event, transformers blow in heat waves, not unusual. The neighborhood generator on the corner will kick in. I waited. The cicadas filled the silence. Nothing kicked in. The heat became immediate. The room temperature climbed several degrees in under a minute. The air took on the dense, wet quality of a greenhouse. I picked up my phone from the desk. The screen cast a narrow wedge of pale light across my hand. 15%. I meant to plug it in after dinner. I always meant to. Fine. I opened the flashlight app. A cone of LED light sliced across the office. It turned familiar objects strange. My framed medical diplomas threw long shadows on the wall. The desk chair looked aggressive in the dark. "Aaron?" My voice sounded odd, too loud in the dead quiet of the house. I moved toward the door. I leaned out into the hallway. The air was thick and still. The hallway was a black tunnel. "Hey!" Louder now. "Power's out. You okay down there?" Nothing. She had AirPods in. Probably. She did that sometimes. She retreated into a podcast when we fought. She built a private soundtrack to drown me out. She probably sat on the back porch with her wine and ignored me. Probably. I started down the hallway. The flashlight picked out the bathroom door, the linen closet, the framed photo of us in Sedona 4 years ago. Aaron laughed at something I said. We looked tanned and easy with each other. It felt fictional now. I kept moving. Aaron. The power. The sound stopped me cold. It came from somewhere below. The kitchen. A sharp, explosive crash. Glass. Unmistakably, definitively glass. Not the careful chime of a glass set down too hard. The full, catastrophic implosion of something dropped with force. It shattered. It kept shattering. Shards skittered across the tile. I stopped breathing. My fingers tightened around the phone. Downstairs, in the dark, where my wife wasn't answering. Chapter 2. Move. I moved. I crossed the hallway toward the top of the stairs. The flashlight swung ahead of me. The rational explanation arrived fast. The loud bang startled her. She dropped the glass in the dark, reached for the counter, clipped the stem. The boring answer. The one that meant she was fine. Then why isn't she answering? I hit the stairs hard, right hand grabbing the banister, and my bare foot found the edge of the third step at the worst possible angle. Pinky toe. The lip of the riser. The pain was white and instant. I choked out something between a cuss and a grunt, yanked myself back against the railing, stood there for 3 full seconds with my eyes watering. Son of a... I breathed through it. 15 years in emergency medicine. I'd held compression on a femoral bleed with both hands for 22 minutes without flinching. I'd delivered field diagnoses while people screamed, carts crashed, and the overhead pages never stopped. All of it with steady hands and an even voice. A stubbed toe in the dark had nearly put me on the floor. Move. I lifted the phone higher, planted the beam fully on the steps, descended properly, deliberately. My toe throbbed with every step. I ignored it. The smell hit me halfway down. Not just ozone. The burnt metallic bite of a grid surge was there. I knew that smell from a hospital that ran on borrowed infrastructure, had breathed it 100 times through a residency. I knew it, but underneath it, threading through it, something else. I stopped on the bottom step. Copper, sharp, dense, the wet penny undercurrent that arrived before language did. Every animal on Earth knew what it meant. I spent 15 years learning to stay neutral when I smelled it. Triage the scene, control the variables, emotions after. My hand tightened on the banister. She dropped a glass, I told myself. She was in the kitchen. She dropped the glass. I stepped off the stairs onto the hardwood. The flashlight swept left. Living room, empty, throw pillows undisturbed. Then right, through the arched doorway into the kitchen. I stopped. The wine glass had exploded. Not fallen, not broken, detonated against the Italian tile Aaron had spent 3 weeks picking out while I'd rolled my eyes and never told her so. The stem had snapped clean. The bowl shattered into a constellation of pale shards scattered 6 feet in every direction. each fragment catching my flashlight in a cold glint, like broken teeth on a dark floor. I stopped at the threshold. I was barefoot. I swept the beam slowly across the tile, the same way I used to scan a trauma bay before stepping in. Identify the hazards. Find the clear path. Don't contaminate the scene. The shards had scattered wide, no clean line through the middle of the kitchen. I'd have to hug the far wall, the narrow strip of tile between the refrigerator and the debris field, and come around the back of the island. I moved carefully, each step deliberate. The tile was cool under my feet, a strange relief. The liquid had followed the grout lines outward in thin rivulets. I came around the back of the island and crouched down. I swept the beam across the pool, collecting at the base of the cabinet. It wasn't wine. I knew the color of Cabernet. I'd poured enough of it this summer, the two of us circling each other in this kitchen with our glasses as shields, making careful conversation about things that didn't matter. I knew the deep, translucent purple red of it. This was darker, opaque, and the smell, this close, was not fermented anything. Pure blood, a wound dressing in a trauma bay, a gauze pad pulled from a laceration while a nurse called out pressure readings. Blood. My hand went flat against the tile. I held myself still. The clinical part of my brain shoved everything else behind glass. The argument, the granola bar, the Sedona photo, and snapped to the front of my skull. Volume assessment. Roughly 200, maybe 250 milliliters. That sounded like a lot. It wasn't. The human body carries approximately 5 liters. It can shed a third of that before cardiovascular collapse becomes a serious conversation. This amount on its own was not immediately fatal. Significant. The kind of thing I'd pack, stitch, admit for overnight observation. Not a death sentence. Not by itself. Which meant Erin. Where is she? The flashlight swung up from the tile. I forced a full sweep of the visible kitchen. Back patio door, closed. Bar stools, upright. Bowl of fruit on the counter, untouched. No second glass. No overturned chair. No sign of a struggle beyond the single catastrophic break and the blood beneath it. She hadn't been attacked at the island. People attacked at the island knock things over. They grab for the counter. They leave handprints. She had been standing there. And then, I was moving before I finished the thought. Across the kitchen toward the hallway, the beam swinging ahead of me. Erin. It came out rough, louder than I meant. Erin, I need you to answer me right now. My phone was slick in my hand, or my hand was slick against my phone. The hallway. 3 options. Garage, powder room, basement door. I moved through them in sequence. Garage, her car, untouched. The dark shape of it exactly where it had been this morning. Powder room. Empty. Light switch clicking uselessly in the dark. I came back to the hallway. Her sandals were by the front door. Both of them. Her keys were on the hook above. Her purse hung right beside it. The tan leather one she took everywhere. The one that clinked faintly with the weight of her wallet. Her lip balm. The 3 different pens she always carried. She was here. Somewhere in this dark house. She was here. My flashlight found the basement door. It was slightly ajar. And from the thin gap at the bottom, in the half-second before my rational mind could stop it, the copper smell came drifting up through the dark. Like a question I didn't want answered. Chapter 3. I almost missed them. I moved toward the basement door when the flashlight beam caught the floor at the right angle, and the drops appeared. Distinct, dark, almost black against the pale grout lines. Each one a near-perfect circle with slightly jagged edges. I stopped. Crouched. Brought the light close. The physician in me cataloged it in under 3 seconds. High-velocity drops fell small and circular like these, with clean edges. Low-velocity drops, from a handheld at waist height or a slow-seeping wound, fell larger, rounder, smooth-bordered. These were somewhere in between. Medium velocity. Someone moving, carrying an injury and moving fast. Not running, but not walking calmly either. The drop pattern spaced roughly 18 inches apart. A person's stride. My mouth had gone completely dry. I tracked the trail without touching anything. The beam jumped from drop to drop across the hardwood. Past the end of the kitchen island. Past the narrow stretch of wall where Erin hung her calendar. Her handwriting filling every square with appointments I never read closely enough. Past the coat hooks. Straight to the basement door, which was not slightly ajar. I could see that now. It was standing wide open. I hadn't noticed from the hallway because the darkness behind it was absolute, the same total black as everything else in the dead house. But the door was pushed back flat against the wall, the way it only got when someone had gone through it in a hurry. The rubber stopper on the baseboard was compressed. The door had been flung. I stood at the threshold. The heat rolling up from the concrete stairs hit me like a hand pressed flat against my chest. The basement had no windows, no ventilation, no AC even when the grid was live. Just cinder block walls that spent all day soaking up July and all night giving it back. The air was dense. Stifling. The smell hit the back of my throat before I reached the bottom. Erin. Her name didn't make it out of my mouth. I said it somewhere behind my teeth, and it stayed there. I raised the phone, put the beam down the stairs. The steps were bare wood. Old. The third one from the bottom had a crack I'd been meaning to fix for 2 years. I could see it from here. I could see the concrete floor at the bottom, pale gray and unfinished, with a dark stain spreading across it that was not dust, not moisture seepage, not anything the basement had ever produced on its own. I could see the breaker box on the far wall. The gray metal panel door had been torn half off its hinges. It hung at a sickening angle, bent outward, one corner driven inward like something had struck it with catastrophic, focused force. The interior was exposed, the neat rows of circuit breakers, the careful labeling in the previous owner's handwriting. And above the panel, spreading up the cinder block wall in a dark spray pattern, was the evidence of whatever had made contact with that box. My brain identified it and filed it before I could stop it. Impact spatter. Not a fist. Not a fall. Not someone stumbling in the dark and grabbing for the wall. Something had made contact with that box with significant force. A fall or a grab. Someone reaching for anything in the dark. I ran the physics without wanting to. The way I'd been trained. The way my brain refused to stop doing its job even when I desperately needed it to stop. The force required for that kind of destruction was not incidental, not accidental, and the blood on the floor beneath it was not 200 milliliters. My phone light wavered. My hand, I realized distantly, was shaking. Chapter 4. I went down the stairs one at a time, not because I was being cautious, because my legs had decided that was the pace, and the rest of me didn't have the authority to override it. First step. The wood groaned under my weight. Second step. My hand slid down the bare railing, the grain rough against my palm. Third step. The cracked one. The one I'd been meaning to fix for 2 years. The one Aaron had asked me about twice, and I'd said I'll get to it. And the crack shifted slightly under my heel. I caught myself, kept going. The heat thickened with every step. By the time I reached the bottom, it was a living thing. Dense, pressurized, the kind of heat that got into your lungs and stayed there, that made every breath feel like an exchange rate you were losing. I stepped off the last stair onto the concrete floor, and the flashlight found it. My first coherent thought arrived in the flat, precise register of the physician. That is a lot of blood. The understatement of my career. The pool had its epicenter roughly 4 feet from the base of the breaker box. It spread outward across the uneven concrete in the patient. Unhurried way, large volumes of liquid spread when there's nothing to stop them. It followed the shallow grade of the floor, traced old crack lines, pooled in the low spots. The outer edge had already begun to dry and darken. The perimeter gone tacky and almost black against the gray concrete. But the center was still liquid, still moving. A slow, gravitational creep. A pool that hadn't finished settling. I put my free hand out, held it 2 inches above the surface. Warm. Not the fading warmth of something that happened an hour ago. The heat rising off it registered against my palm the way a patient's fever registered. A thermal fact. This happened within the last 15 minutes. My brain started the math I didn't want it to do. An adult human body carries approximately 4.5 to 5.5 liters of blood. Hemorrhagic shock at 30 to 40% loss. About 1.5 to 2 liters. Survivable. With immediate intervention. Possible to recover from, if you controlled the bleed and moved fast. I swept the flashlight across the pool. The spread radius, the depth at the center, the total surface area. I did the calculation anyway. The calculating part of my brain had never learned to be kind to the rest of me. 2 liters at minimum. Possibly closer to 2.5. I stood up slowly. The flashlight moved to the wall. I'd noticed the spray pattern from the stairs. I hadn't fully processed it. I processed it now. It climbed the cinder block in a wide, arcing fan, started at roughly hip height and extended upward and to the right. The individual droplets near the outer edge were elongated. A classic cast-off pattern. The kind produced when a wound source was in motion. When blood left a moving surface and stretched thin against gravity before striking the wall. The kind I'd seen in trauma bays after high-speed accidents, after industrial injuries, after things that arrived by ambulance with the paramedic already doing compressions in the back. Arterial. That was arterial spray. Which meant the injury, whatever had caused that much blood to leave a human body in this basement, had not been a laceration, not a blunt trauma bleed, not the kind of wound that bought you time and options. A severed or deeply compromised artery produced exactly this. A pressure-driven, pulsing loss that the body could not compensate for. That no amount of direct pressure from untrained hands in the dark could meaningfully slow. I had worked on arterial injuries. I knew with the intimate and terrible precision of a man who had lost patience despite doing everything right, exactly what they looked like from the outside. Nobody bled out 2.5 liters on a basement floor and walked away. Aaron. The name finally broke free. I said it out loud. My voice in the dead, stifling air of the basement was not the controlled voice of a physician. Aaron. I spun the flashlight in a full arc. Every corner. The old storage shelves, the water heater, the rusted weight bench I kept meaning to either use or throw out. The back access door that led to the yard. Empty. She was not down here. There was enough of her blood on this floor to kill her, and she was not down here. Which meant she had been moved. Or she had moved herself. Or... The floorboard cracked directly above me. One single, sharp, unmistakable creak from the main floor of the house. The kitchen, the hallway, right there, right overhead. The specific protest of old hardwood accepting the weight of a person who had just taken a step. I killed the flashlight. Total darkness. Total silence. I stopped breathing. Stood in the black heat of the basement and listened. The house above me said nothing more. And that was somehow so much worse than if it had. Chapter 5. The clinical detachment didn't leave gradually. It didn't fade or soften at the edges. It snapped off, like a breaker tripping. What replaced it was something older, much less educated. Move, weapon, stairs. That was the full extent of my cognitive output for the next 4 seconds. It was enough. I knew the basement the way you knew a room you'd lived beside for 6 years without ever really using. Imprecisely, in broad strokes, by feel and memory rather than sight. The workbench ran along the left wall. I'd built it myself the first summer we moved in. One of those optimistic home improvement projects that produced a perfectly adequate bench and exactly 0 subsequent projects. I crossed to it in the dark. No flashlight. My hip found the bench corner first. Hard. I absorbed the impact without sound. My hands swept the pegboard by memory. Socket set, too small. The hammer, possible but too short. Fingers closing around wood and then releasing, moving right. And then finding it. The pipe wrench. 14 inches of drop-forged iron. The heavy one I'd bought for the water heater installation and never returned. My hand wrapped around the handle. The weight of it was immediate, cold, real in a way that nothing else in the last 10 minutes had been. I gripped it and stood still. 3 full seconds. Listening. The floor above me said nothing, which meant nothing. A person who knew how to be quiet could be quiet. A person who had just done what had been done in this basement knew something about patience. Phone. I looked down at the faint glow of the screen. I'd killed the flashlight, but the screen itself was still lit. A pale rectangle in the pitch black, broadcasting my exact location to anyone looking down from the basement door. I pressed the side button. Total darkness. Now we were even. I found the stairs by trailing my left hand along the cinder block wall until it hit the wooden railing post. I took the stairs the way I'd come down, one at a time, weight transferred slowly, breathing through my mouth so the exhales stayed quiet. The cracked 3rd step rose up to meet me. I shifted my weight to the outer edge of the tread, where the wood was solid. It held without a sound. I was obscurely proud of that. The door at the top stood open. The kitchen darkness was marginally less absolute than the basement. A variation of black on black, with the faint geometry of the window over the sink visible only because the sky outside was a slightly lighter shade of nothing. I came off the last step, put my back against the door frame. Pipe wrench up, both hands. the way you held a bat when you meant it. I listened. The house breathed hot and still around me. I swept left into the kitchen. My bare feet found the tile. I moved along the wall, shoulder blades against the cabinets, the wrench held high. Around the island, shattered glass crunched under my feet as I navigated the perimeter. A thin shard found the ball of my right foot. Drew a line of pain I noted and ignored. I checked the breakfast nook. Empty. The kitchen was clear. I pressed flat against the wall at the far entrance and peered into the dining room. Dark. Still. I was about to move through it when it hit me. A breeze. Warm, not cool, because nothing about this night was cool. But moving air. It carried the thick outdoor smell of cut grass and hot asphalt, and the faint chemical bite of the blown transformer. It rolled against my face from somewhere in the dining room's darkness. I hadn't opened a window today. Erin didn't open windows in the summer. She ran the AC and kept everything sealed because the humidity made her hair frizz. I'd teased her about it once in a way that wasn't quite teasing. She'd gone quiet. That particular quiet she did, and I hadn't brought it up again. The dining room windows were closed, which meant a door was open somewhere beyond it, which meant whoever had been in this house had left, or wanted me to think they had. Chapter 6. I crossed the dining room in 8 steps. I know because I counted them. Pipe wrench up, both arms rigid. Ready. I moved through furniture I couldn't see, navigating by memory and the small sounds my feet made on the hardwood, the slight echo off the china cabinet, the give of the area rug under the table, then the solid knock of my shin against a chair leg, the one I'd pushed out 2 inches too far at dinner 3 nights ago and never pushed back in. The breeze strengthened as I moved toward it. Warm and insistent, it pressed against my face and chest, carrying the full weight of the July night. The grass, the asphalt, the scorched electrical aftermath of the blown transformer still hanging in the air like smoke that had forgotten to dissipate. And underneath all of it, faint but present, blood. The smell was outside now. I reached the far wall. My free hand found the curtain panel, the sheer linen one Erin had ordered online. She'd hung it herself on a Saturday afternoon while I was at the office catching up on charts. The rod ended up slightly crooked at one end because she hadn't asked for help, and I hadn't offered. The curtain swayed against my fingers in the moving air, because the door behind it was fully, completely open. I pushed the curtain aside. The sliding glass door had been pushed back to its full travel. The entire frame gaped open to the patio, a black rectangle of night. The screen door shoved aside and hanging at an angle from its track. I stepped over the aluminum threshold onto the concrete patio. Stopped. The cicadas hit me like a wall. I'd stopped noticing them hours ago. The way you stopped noticing highway noise or the hum of a refrigerator. Background roar my brain had long since reclassified as silence. But out here, without walls, without the muffling buffer of the house, they were immense. A single, overwhelming sheet of sound pressing down from every tree on the street. Millions of them, screaming in the dark. I stood on the patio and tried to hear through it. My phone buzzed in my left hand. I glanced down, 5%. The red battery warning. And below it, the time. 8:27 p.m. All of it. The argument, the blackout, the blood, the basement, every terrible calculation my brain had run in the last 27 minutes had happened inside a single half hour. I raised the phone and cupped my hand around the flashlight, letting just a thin bleed of light escape between my fingers. The patio was clear, the outdoor chairs undisturbed. The copper smell was fainter out here, dispersed by the moving air, but still present, threading through the grass and heat like a fact that refused to leave. I killed the light and stepped off the patio onto the grass. The lawn soaked into the soles of my feet immediately. Not rain, pure humidity condensed on every blade, cold and sudden and unavoidable. The cut on my right foot from the kitchen glass found the moisture first, a thin line of sting. I noted, filed, and ignored. I moved in a low crouch toward the fence line. And that's when the sound separated itself from the cicada wall and became distinct. Heavy, rhythmic. The dense, wet drag of something hauled across concrete in short, labored intervals. A pause. A grunt, barely audible. Another drag. Coming from Greg's driveway. The fence was shadow box cedar, alternating boards on either side of the rail, each one overlapping the next by half, leaving a slim vertical gap between every slat. Enough to run a finger through, enough if you pressed your face close and held your breath to see. I pressed my face against the boards. Chapter 7. The moonlight on the other side was thin and hazy. It filtered through the summer humidity until it was barely more than a suggestion. But Greg's driveway was pale concrete. Pale concrete held light better than anything else out here. What it held right now turned my stomach to ice. Greg was maybe 30 feet away. He was crouched low, moving toward the open garage at the far end of the driveway. Both hands gripped the gathered end of an industrial blue tarp. Heavy-duty, reinforced grommets. The type built to contain weight and moisture and not ask questions. Bunched and rolled tight around whatever was inside it. The shape of whatever was inside it. I'd recommended that exact tarp brand to a patient once, for a roofing project. Greg took 3 steps. Stopped, reset his grip, took 3 more. The sound through the fence slats was exactly what I'd heard from the yard, that wet, resistant drag. The tarp's underside caught on the rough aggregate of the driveway and released in short, awful increments. Each pull moved the bundle maybe 1.5 feet. Each pause filled with the sound of Greg's breathing, audible even over the cicadas. The controlled exhale of someone doing heavy work in heavy heat. I had known Greg Patterson for 6 years, shared beers with him, borrowed his power washer, waved from the driveway on 100 unremarkable mornings. That February, when I threw out my back, Greg showed up with a shovel, cleared the walk without being asked, refused payment. Twice. I'd filed him away the way you did with neighbors you never thought to question. A good man, one of the rare ones. The man on the other side of this fence was not that man. The Greg I knew moved through the world with loose, easy energy, always a wave, always a joke about his lawn or his bad knees or the impossibility of finding a decent contractor. That man filled a room without trying to. This man was mechanical, deliberate, shoulders set, head down. His movements were effectless, the way someone moves through a task already finished in their mind. Beginning, middle, end. Sentiment had no place in it. My eye tracked his hands, the grip on the tarp, the way the plastic bunched between his fingers, the way it was shaped. Stop. Don't. I couldn't stop. The physician brain kicked in anyway, ran its inventory. It read the tarp the way it read an X-ray: mass, density, margins, where it began, where it ended. The shape under the plastic wasn't rectangular, wasn't uniform. It had structure, contours, a topography I recognized before I let myself name it. Joints, limbs. The slack, collapsed geometry of a body no longer holding itself up. 30 feet away, Greg dragged it another 18 inches toward the open garage. I pressed both palms flat against the fence boards. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I watched my neighbor haul a body across the driveway in the dark. Chapter 8. I couldn't move. I was aware of this as a clinical fact. Temporary motor inhibition, acute psychological shock, the body's circuitry briefly overwhelmed, voluntary movement suspended. My brain tried to reconcile what my eyes were sending it with everything I had previously filed under reality. I had explained this phenomenon to medical students, had seen it in patients, had never experienced it myself until this exact moment. Barefoot in wet grass, eye pressed to a gap in a cedar fence. 8:28 p.m. on what had been, 3 hours ago, an unremarkable Tuesday. I watched. Greg reset his grip and pulled again. The bundle moved, stopped, moved. The concrete of his driveway was rough, good aggregate, high PSI, pounds per square inch. He'd explained it to me with genuine enthusiasm on a Saturday afternoon 2 summers ago, while I stood there with a beer and nodded and thought about nothing much. The tarp's underside caught on the aggregate with every pull, resisted, required him to lean his full body weight into the work. He sweated through his shirt, the dark shape of his shoulders set forward, weight thrown into every pull. No music, no phone, no distraction, just the work. That was the detail that kept snagging in my brain, the thing that felt most wrong in a landscape of wrong details. Greg wasn't frantic, wasn't looking over his shoulder, wasn't doing what a person did when they were terrified of being caught. That constant, jerky surveillance of the surrounding dark. The inability to focus. The way fear made people inefficient. Greg was efficient. He moved the tarp like a man who had already accounted for the variables. Already decided where it was going, how long it would take, what he would do when he got there. The calculation had been done somewhere before this driveway, in some private interior space I had apparently never had access to. Now he was simply executing. Pull. Pause. Pull. The garage door stood open at the far end of the driveway, a dark rectangle waiting. My hand found the pipe wrench at my side. My fingers wrapped around the iron handle. I held it, breathed, watched, did not vault the fence. Some remaining fragment of rational thought insisted, loudly, desperately, that there was an explanation. That the shape under the tarp was not what the physician part of my brain kept insisting it was. That Greg Patterson, who had snowblowed my driveway, returned my trash cans, loaned me a power washer on a Sunday morning without hesitation, was not. The tarp snagged, hard, a hairline crack in the concrete, the kind that opened in summer heat and closed again in winter, the kind no one ever bothered to fill. It caught the underside and held it fast. Greg lurched forward with the momentum of the pull. His grip slipped. The bundle jerked to a dead stop. He straightened up, looked down at where the plastic had caught. Set his feet, took the gathered end in both hands, and yanked. The violence of it was startling. not the controlled, labored effort of the previous pulls. A single, savage wrench. It came from somewhere below patience. That lived in the part of a person that didn't negotiate. The crack released the tarp with a ripping sound that cut through the cicadas for half a second and died. The bundle lurched forward 18 inches. The folds shifted. I saw it happen in fragments, the way you saw things in low light. Not a single clear image, but a sequence of details arriving fast, each one worse than the last. The gathered end fell open. The plastic peeled back along the top edge. The arm slowly emerged from the folds, dragged by gravity and momentum. It swung free from the bundle and dropped toward the concrete with the absolute boneless looseness of something with no muscle tone left to resist it. It hit the driveway. Lay there, pale, still. The skin had the waxy, bloodless quality I recognized from the table, from the bay, from every moment in my career when intervention had come too late. The fingers slightly curled. The wrist turned outward at an angle no living person held a wrist. My eye traveled up the arm to where it disappeared back into the folds. Greg hadn't noticed. He was already moving again. Pulling the bundle the last 10 feet toward the open garage, the loose arm dragged across the concrete beside him. The fingers trailed against the aggregate. The sound it made was so quiet I almost didn't hear it over the insects. Almost. I heard it. I was going to hear it for a very long time. Chapter 9. The arm dragged across the concrete. My eye followed it the way it followed a scan. Started at the furthest point, tracked inward, read what was there, built the picture. The fingers first. Slightly curled, nails short and clean. The palm, face down against the aggregate. The wrist turned outward at that wrong angle. And there, on the fourth finger, a thin band of gold. It caught the moonlight for just a fraction of a second as the arm moved. A single cold glint, there and gone. The way a wedding ring caught light when a hand moved across a kitchen counter, or reached for a wine glass, or gestured mid-sentence the way Erin always gestured when she was making a point she thought I wasn't listening to. I was listening now. I couldn't stop. Couldn't stop looking. Couldn't stop the part of my brain that did what it always did. Assembled the data, ran the sequence, arrived at the conclusion whether I wanted it to or not. Blood volume in the basement. 2 to 2.5 liters. Arterial spray pattern consistent with a high-pressure wound source. The pool was still warm at the time of discovery. The injury occurred within the last 15 to 20 minutes. Volume and pattern both inconsistent with survival without immediate surgical intervention. Greg Patterson, neighbor of 6 years. Hauling a body-shaped tarp across his driveway at 8:28 p.m., an arm. A wedding ring? The math took less than 3 seconds. I'd trained my brain to do this, to take the available data and build the clinical picture quickly, cleanly, without the interference of emotion. Emotion led to mistakes in trauma bays, and the data didn't care how you felt about it. The data was the data. The conclusion was the conclusion. Erin was in that tarp. The clinical detachment didn't crack, didn't waver, didn't soften, didn't give me any gradual, merciful warning that something was coming. It simply ceased to exist. One moment it was there, the physician, the analyst, the version of me that had held steady through 15 years of the worst things one human body could do to another by staying behind the glass. Observing, calculating. The armor I had worn so long had stopped noticing its weight, gone in an instant. What replaced it had no clean name. It wasn't grief. Grief was slow and cold and came later, in the dark, when there was nothing left to do. This was immediate. Physical. Heat. Pressure built behind my eyes, my chest, my hands. It rose from somewhere below thought, below language, below the part of me that had a medical degree, a private practice, a mortgage, an argument about a dishwasher that now felt like it had happened to someone else. Rage, pure, blinding, total. At Greg, at the driveway, at the tarp and the arm and the wedding ring catching moonlight while he kept moving, kept pulling, executing the plan with his back to the fence like none of it was happening, like I wasn't less than 50 feet away on the other side of the cedar boards with a pipe wrench in my hand. 6 years of borrowed beer, returned trash cans, neighborly goodwill. All of it curdled into something I didn't have a name for. My hand shook, not from fear. The phone was still in my left hand, the faint warmth of the screen against my palm. My thumb moved toward the flashlight. The screen went black. No warning, no final flicker. The battery simply exhausted itself. The phone became a dead rectangle of glass and aluminum. The thin glow it had been casting against the fence boards disappeared. The night closed in completely. I stood at the fence in absolute black, pipe wrench in one hand and a dead phone in the other, and listened. The sound of my neighbor dragging my wife across the concrete toward the garage had stopped. I returned my attention to his driveway. Greg was gone. The tarp was gone. The arm was gone. The rage in me finished the job the darkness had started. It burned everything else away. Everything. Chapter 10. I didn't decide to go over the fence. My hands were on the top rail. My feet left the ground before the conscious part of my brain finished forming the thought. That part of me, the clinical doctor who weighed options and calculated risk and said things like wait and think, had been offline since my phone died. What was running me now didn't deliberate. It just moved. I hoisted myself up, arms taking the full weight, bare feet scrabbling against the wood for purchase. The shadow box boards were rough and dry. A splinter drove into the heel of my right palm. Bright, specific pain. I registered it and discarded it. Another caught the base of my left index finger as I shifted my grip. I felt both of them, kept moving. I swung my right leg over the rail, paused for a single fractured second at the top. 6 feet up, straddling the fence, the darkness of Greg's yard opening below me. I dropped. I hit the ground harder than I expected. The impact jarred up through my bare feet, my ankles, my knees. The wet grass of Greg's yard met me the same way my own had. Cold, immediate, soaking. I absorbed the landing and came up in a low crouch, pipe wrench already raised. I looked toward the driveway. Greg wasn't dragging the tarp anymore. He was dragging a person, a thrashing, kicking silhouette, arms flailing, feet raking the concrete. My mind filled in the blank before I could stop it. Erin. She's alive. She's fighting him. Greg was brutally fast. One arm locked around the figure's torso, the other hand clamped over their mouth. He moved with the mechanical efficiency I'd watched through the fence slats. No hesitation, no wasted motion. He shoved the struggling figure inside the dark garage. Then the sound started. Low, mechanical. The heavy-duty whir of a garage door opener running on battery backup. Of course, Golden Retriever Greg had a backup for everything. The large metal panel at the front of the garage began to roll, downward, slowly, steadily. 6 feet of gap became 5. 4 became 3. I was already running. Chapter 11. I ran. Not the careful, measured crouch I'd used crossing my own yard. Not the deliberate, heel-to-toe silence of a man trying not to be heard. I ran the way I hadn't run since my ER residency, since the last time a trauma bay demanded everything my body had. Flat out, arms driving, bare feet hammering the concrete with everything I had. I didn't care about the noise. Nothing mattered except the gap. 2 feet. The door was a dark, descending mass against the slightly lighter darkness of the garage interior. The motorized mechanism ground steadily overhead, indifferent, mechanical, completely without urgency. It didn't know what was at stake. It was just closing. I crossed the last 10 feet of driveway in 4 strides, 18 inches. I went down. Not a decision, pure instinct. My knees bent and my body dropped in a single motion. The pipe wrench clanged hard against the concrete as my free hand hit the ground, my weight transferring forward into a brutal slide. The exposed aggregate tore into my forearms. A long, dragging burn from elbow to wrist, skin peeling back in a thin, hot line. I felt it with complete clarity and total irrelevance. I tucked my chin. The bottom edge of the door passed over my face with maybe 2 inches to spare. Cold metal smell. The shadow crossing my eyes before my right shoulder caught the interior sensor bracket with a dull, solid clang. The impact spun my upper body sideways. I skidded to a stop against the cold concrete floor of the garage interior. Behind me, inches behind my feet, the door completed its travel. The rubber seal met the concrete with a heavy, definitive thud that resonated through the floor and into my ribcage. The motor cycled down. The mechanical grinding stopped. Total, sealed, absolute silence. The cicadas were gone. The night was gone. Everything beyond this single enclosed space reduced to nothing by 4 walls, a steel door, and whatever battery backup Greg Patterson had installed to make sure the job got finished. I pushed up onto my knees in the suffocating blackness. My forearms burned. The splinters in both palms had been driven deeper by the impact. I swept the concrete with my right hand in a short arc until my fingers found the cold iron of the wrench. I gripped it. Stood up. Somewhere ahead of me, 10 feet, maybe 15, I heard breathing. Slow. Controlled. The breathing of a man who had heard the door come down and now stood very still in the dark, doing exactly what I was doing. Listening. The garage smelled of old exhaust and cut grass and motor oil. Underneath all of it, threading through everything, turning my stomach with its familiarity. Copper. Fresh blood. I stood in the absolute dark with the wrench in my bleeding hands. Greg was in here with me, and he knew this garage the way I had never known anything in my life. He had the advantage. I stepped forward into the dark. Chapter 12. Neither of us moved. The darkness was absolute in the way only sealed, windowless spaces achieved. Not the relative dark of a yard or a hallway, where your eyes eventually found some thin gradient of light to map the world by. This was a closed system. A room that had decided it was done with light entirely. I stood in it, breathed, listened. Greg was ahead of me and slightly left. I knew it the way I knew a patient's condition from across a room before I'd read a single chart. from the quality of the breathing, the specific acoustic signature of someone occupying a space. 12 feet away, not moving. His breathing had settled from the exertion of the drag into something slower, more deliberate. The measured inhale-exhale of a man actively controlling his response to a situation he hadn't anticipated. He hadn't anticipated me. That was something. Not much, but something. I shifted my weight onto my left foot, slowly, redistributing the pressure. The concrete under my right heel produced a faint, wet sound I didn't examine. I moved the pipe wrench to a two-handed grip, choking up on the handle the way I choked up on a bat when the distance was short and I wasn't going to get a second swing. The copper smell was everywhere, dense and close. A trauma bay at its worst. 12 feet ahead, a massive metallic shape blocked the center of the garage. Greg's black Mercedes sedan. The engine block ticked as it cooled in the sweltering heat. From inside the vehicle, muffled by heavy steel and upholstery, came a faint, desperate thud. Someone kicking frantically against the inside of the trunk. Aaron, I did not let myself think beyond that. 12 feet ahead, 6 feet left, door behind. I breathed. Greg breathed. The cicadas were entirely blocked out, the garage walls thick enough to reduce them to nothing. The silence they left was the most complete I had experienced since a sensory deprivation experiment in medical school. I'd tapped out after 11 minutes. I hadn't understood then what true silence did to a person's sense of space and distance. I understood it now. Move him, my instincts screamed. Make him react. You need to know exactly where he is before you swing. The physician was back online, running on backup power and survival instinct, stripped of everything except the tactical. I cleared my throat. The sound was enormous in the sealed space. I heard Greg's breathing change, a slight, involuntary hitch. The body's hardwired response to an unexpected stimulus. There and gone in under a second. But there. 12 feet. Slightly left of center. Near the rear bumper of the Mercedes. I had him. I took one step forward. The cut on my right foot pressed into something wet. I kept moving. Another step. The copper smell thickened with every foot I closed. Underneath it, the other notes of the garage's stifling air. Old exhaust baked into the walls. The mineral bite of ozone still clinging from the transformer blow. Motor oil. The trapped heat of a sealed space that had been absorbing July all day. One more step. Greg exhaled. Slow. Controlled. The exhale of a man who had made a decision. I stopped. I raised the wrench, aimed it blindly at the breathing, and in the total, sealed, absolute dark of Greg Patterson's garage, with the muffled kicking echoing from the trunk and the taste of blood so thick I could feel it on my teeth, I spoke. Quietly. I know she's in there, Greg. The breathing stopped. The garage held the words the way sealed spaces held sound, longer than they should, pressed against the walls with nowhere to go. Then, from 12 feet away in the absolute dark, my neighbor spoke for the first time. And what he said was so much worse than anything I had prepared myself to hear. End of Book 1.
The Witness. Book 2 of The Blackout. Written by Ion SMI. Narrated by Ava Vale. Copyright 2026 by Ion SMI. All rights reserved.
Chapter 1. The pop shook the windows like a gunshot.
I sprawled across my bed on top of the covers. The sheets were too hot to touch. The ceiling fan pushed dead air around my room in slow, useless circles. My phone read 8 p.m. on the dot. I'd been dying of boredom for 3 hours. Then the fan stopped. The AC cut out with a dying mechanical shudder. Every light went dark at once. The silence hit like something physical, like pressure against my eardrums. I sat up. Outside the window, the entire street had gone black. Not just our house, every house. The street lights, the porch lights, the blue glow of televisions bleeding through curtains. All of it, gone. The only light left in the world was the pale, sweating moon above the roofline. I should have been scared. I was grinning so hard my cheeks hurt. Downstairs, my parents' voices escalated immediately into that rapid-fire practical panic they save for emergencies. My dad thundered toward the kitchen. My mom muttered something about her call not going through. The freezer. They'd obsess over the freezer for at least 20 minutes. The expensive steaks, the ice cream, and they wouldn't come upstairs for anything. I was off the bed before the thought finished. I obviously hadn't planned on the power grid failing, but I had been planning to sneak out tonight for 4 days. Every detail locked in. Tyler waited 2 streets over, parked under the dead oak on Birchwood, engine off. He'd been texting since 7. You coming? Then question mark. Then just Chloe. The blackout wasn't a complication. It was a gift. I grabbed my crossbody bag from the hook on the back of the door. No light needed. I'd lived in this room for 16 years. Phone, lip balm, the folded 20 I'd saved from my last babysitting job. I clipped the strap across my chest and moved straight to the window. The screen was the hard part. Old, slightly swollen in the humidity, stuck in the bottom left corner. I'd practiced twice that week. 14 seconds if I kept my cool. I dug my fingers into the frame and pushed up. The screen gave with a soft, sucking pop. I froze. A blinding white beam of light suddenly swept across our front lawn, cutting through the absolute pitch black of the blackout. I flattened my back against the siding, my heart kicking against my ribs. Arthur Pruitt, Oak Ridge Court's self-appointed wannabe FBI agent. Of course, he was already out there in his stupid high-vis vest with his tactical flashlight. The guy lived for this kind of drama. I held my breath, waited for the beam to tilt up to my window. It didn't. The light hit our downstairs kitchen window and locked there. He was just standing in the street, watching my parents freak out about the freezer. Fucking creep. I stayed perfectly still, my shoulders pressed to the wall, counting the seconds in the sweltering heat. Listened. My mom's voice still downstairs. My dad opened a cabinet. I waited until Arthur finally swept his flashlight away toward the Kellerman's house down the street. Once the yard went completely black again, I exhaled. I pushed the screen out onto the roof and set it down on the hot shingles with agonizing care. Then I climbed through. The heat hit first. The roof had baked in direct sun all day. Even now, after 8 p.m., the black shingles pushed warmth up through the soles of my sneakers. I stood on the slope of the lower porch roof, pressed my fingertips to the window ledge. Took 1 second to let my eyes adjust. The neighborhood looked like a photograph of itself. Same houses, same manicured hedges, same driveways, but drained of all color, all light, still like a held breath. The incline wasn't steep, but the dark made it feel different than my practice runs. Steeper, less forgiving. I inched sideways along the roofline toward the corner. Weight low, each foot placed with care so the shingles wouldn't crackle. One slow step, then another. My heart hammered. The good kind. I reached the corner gutter, wide aluminum, bolted under the edge of the roof. I turned, faced the house, lowered myself over the edge. The metal burned under my palms, hot and gritty with dried leaves. I dangled, gauged the drop with my sneakers. Let go! The landing jarred up through my knees. The damp mulch gave, but not enough. I threw a hand out and caught myself, stood fast, checked my palms. Nothing serious. I shook the mulch off my fingers and stepped back onto the lawn. And then I felt it. The silence. Not quiet, silent. No AC units, no distant televisions, no refrigerators humming through open windows. The neighborhood had always made a constant low electrical sound, a sound I'd heard every single day of my life, without once registering it consciously. Gone. Completely and utterly gone. Just the cicadas, just the distant, confused bark of someone's dog 3 streets over. The air sat on my skin like a warm, wet cloth. Without the artificial push of a dozen AC units, the heat felt different. Still, suffocating, almost biological. I stood on the back lawn with my bag against my hip and stared at the dark shapes of the houses crowding the cul-de-sac. Something about the silence felt wrong. Not dangerous. I told myself it wasn't dangerous. Just off. Like the neighborhood had exhaled and forgotten to breathe back in. I pulled out my phone. Tyler's last text glowed on the screen. Chloe, I started typing. On my way, but the signal bars showed nothing. Not even one. Towers overwhelmed. Every anxious person on the street calling the power company at once. I tucked the phone away, moved fast. I had to move before the towers cleared. I turned toward the back fence line, the wooden slats separating our yard from the neighbor's property. Greg Patterson's side, Golden Retriever Greg, my dad called him. The guy who brought a casserole when my grandmother died. The guy whose lawn looked like a golf course. His yard was the dark gap between me and the side street. I took 3 steps toward the fence and stopped cold. From somewhere on the other side of the wooden slats, in the thick, hot darkness of Greg's driveway, I heard it. A heavy, wet, dragging sound. Chapter 2. I didn't move. The sound came again. Heavy, wet, rhythmic. Like something waterlogged being hauled across concrete in slow, grinding pulls. My hand found the fence post in the dark. The rough wood bit into my palm. I stood completely still and stared at the gap between the slats, seeing nothing but black on the other side. It's nothing. Greg was probably dragging out a hose, a bag of mulch, some ridiculous piece of lawn equipment he felt compelled to organize at 8:30 in the evening, because that was exactly the kind of man Greg Patterson was. I almost convinced myself. Then the sound stopped. The silence that replaced it was worse. I counted to 5, kept my breathing shallow, listened for footsteps, for a door, for anything that would explain it away and let me keep moving. Nothing. I had to get to the side street. Tyler was waiting. The longer I stood here frozen against my own back fence, the worse this got. The cell towers would clear. My mom would check the freezer situation. My dad would do his ritual lap of the house to make sure all the windows were locked. Move. I pulled out my phone, checked the signal bars out of habit. Still nothing. Not a single bar. The tiny battery icon in the corner glowed an angry, thin sliver of red. 30% gone since I'd left my room. The heat was draining it fast. I typed a text to Tyler anyway. 2 minutes, almost there, and hit send. The little wheel spun once and froze. Sending, not sent, just sending, spinning into nowhere. I shoved the phone back into my bag. The smart move was to cut along the fence line and reach the side gate before Greg came out of wherever he'd gone. 30 feet of open lawn, then the wooden gate latch, then the sidewalk, then freedom. I'd done this in my head 100 times. I pushed off the fence post and moved. I stayed low, keeping to the deep shadow of the fence line. The grass was damp under my sneakers, softer than the baked concrete of the driveway, quieter. I pressed my left shoulder close to the fence and walked fast. 1 step, 2. The dragging sound started again. Closer this time, right on the other side of the fence. I stopped, dropped instinctively into a crouch, one knee hovering above the wet grass. My pulse spiked so hard I felt it in my throat. It's just Greg. Just Golden Retriever Greg, the man who shoveled our driveway without being asked, who returned our trash cans from the curb before we even got home, who had called me sport every summer since I was 7 years old. But the sound was wrong. The weight of it was wrong. It wasn't a hose. It wasn't mulch. Something heavy, something that shifted and settled unevenly, something that made the concrete groan. I needed to see. The fence was old, alternating shadow box slats with slim vertical gaps between them. I pressed my eye to the nearest gap and squinted through. Greg's driveway materialized in thin slices of pale moonlight. His black Mercedes sedan sat inside the open garage door, trunk open. The motion sensor floodlight above the garage was dead. No power, same as everything else. The darkness was almost total. I switched to my phone camera without thinking. Low light filter. The screen transformed the black driveway into a grainy green-gray landscape of shapes and shadows. I saw him immediately. Greg. He wore a dark t-shirt soaked through with sweat, and he moved with his side to me, hauling something across the concrete toward the rear of the sedan. A tarp. Heavy-duty blue plastic, thick and industrial, the kind you bought at a hardware store in the tarps and ropes aisle. It was the kind my dad kept in the garage for painting. Greg yanked it backward. The tarp resisted, caught on something, and he yanked again. Harder this time. A full-body pull that dragged him 2 steps backward. The plastic screamed against the concrete. He's cleaning up after a storm. Some small, reasonable part of my brain offered. He's moving equipment. He's doing something completely normal that people do, and you are crouching in wet grass spying on your neighbor because you are paranoid and weird. I almost lowered the phone. Then I saw the streak. A long, dark smear trailed behind the tarp across the pale concrete. Too dark for water. Too thick. It caught the faint moonlight and held it differently than everything around it. My thumb found the red record button. I pressed it. The phone began to film. Greg stopped walking. He set his end of the tarp down with exaggerated care and straightened up. He rolled his right shoulder, the practiced roll of a man with a strained muscle. Then he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a rag. He wiped his hands, both of them, slowly, methodically, the way my dad wiped grease off a wrench. My camera stayed on him, my hand held completely still. There is a completely reasonable explanation for this. Yard work, landscaping, a dead deer from the creek path. That happened twice last summer, and the Bradleys, 3 streets over, had called animal control. A dead deer in a tarp. That was it, obviously. Greg dropped the rag on top of the tarp and reached for the nearest folded edge to adjust the plastic. He pulled it tight. He tucked the fold under. Neat, careful, precise. The tarp shifted. Something pale slipped from the fold at the near end. Heavy, bloodless. An arm. A human arm from elbow to wrist flopped loose against the concrete. The hand settled palm up on the driveway. In the grainy green light of my camera, a ring on the 4th finger. Distinct, unmistakable, a wedding band. I stopped breathing. Greg saw the arm at the same moment. He reached down fast, shoved it back inside the plastic, and pulled the fold tight again. 3 seconds, total, efficient. My phone screen blurred. My hands shook so badly the image stuttered. I crouched in the dirt behind the rhododendron bush at the base of the fence post and pressed my back against the rough wood slats. The camera was still recording. I stared at the dark screen, my whole body locked rigid, and thought one single terrible thought. That was a person. Chapter 3. My knees sank into the wet dirt at the base of the rhododendron, and I didn't care. I couldn't have stood up if I'd tried. The camera was still recording. My thumb hovered over the screen. The little red dot pulsed in the corner of the frame, counting seconds. Stop recording, and get up and go home and lock your window and get back into bed and never think about this again. I couldn't stop recording. I already knew what I'd seen. That was the part I couldn't outrun. No version of it I could reframe, no angle I could tilt it at to make it mean something else. A hand, a ring, a body in a tarp. Through the gap in the fence, Greg reached for the tarp again. He bent low, adjusted his grip with practiced efficiency. No hesitation, no looking around. He just worked. That was the part I couldn't reconcile. I'd expected panic, the frantic, loose movements of someone doing something wrong and knowing it. But Greg's movements were tight and controlled, the way my dad's hands moved when he rebuilt a carburetor. One thing, then the next, then the next. I raised the phone back to the gap. The low-light filter turned his driveway into a gray-green underwater world. Grainy, washed out, but clear enough to see everything. Greg planted his feet wide, bent his knees, and hauled. The tarp moved 6 inches, a wet, grinding scrape that set my teeth on edge. He hauled again. Another 6 inches? He wasn't dragging it toward the side yard or the street. He was dragging it to the back of the Mercedes and knew the open trunk, getting ready to load it, loading it. My brain tried to finish that sentence with something reasonable and failed completely. I pressed closer to the gap. The fence slat dug into my cheekbone. On the screen, Greg straightened up again and rolled his shoulder. He looked directly down at the tarp for a long moment. That was the first time I saw his face properly. No smile. Not the reflexive, pleasant golden retriever grin I'd seen above casserole dishes and snowblowers and 1,000 borrowed power tools. His face was blank in the gray-green light, slack, hollowed of every expression I'd ever associated with him, as if something had reached in and removed the Greg Patterson I knew, leaving only the mechanical thing that shared his body. It was the most frightening face I had ever seen. Because it wasn't frightening at all. It was just empty. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a utility knife, snapped the blade open. I flinched back from the gap so hard I nearly lost my balance. But he only used it to cut a loose piece of plastic binding on the tarp's edge, trimmed it clean, snapped the blade closed, tucked it back in his pocket. My lungs burned. I'd been holding my breath without realizing it, and forced myself to exhale through my nose. Slow, quiet. Tyler. The thought arrived suddenly, desperate. Text Tyler. Tell him to call 911 from wherever he is. Tell him something. I kept the camera trained on Greg and fumbled for the messaging app with my other thumb. The signal bars read 0. I tried anyway. Typed fast, one-handed. Call 911. Something is wrong at Greg Patterson's house on my street. I think the wheel spun. Sending, not sent. I bit down on the inside of my cheek. Blood, sharp and immediate. On screen, Greg bent to the tarp again. He grabbed 2 fistfuls of the plastic near one end and twisted, rewrapping a fold that had loosened during the last drag. He worked quickly now, and the end of the tarp lifted slightly off the concrete as he adjusted. I zoomed in. The low-light filter degraded at maximum zoom. Pixelated, unstable. But the image was still readable. The fold at the near end had shifted. Something pale pushed against the inside of the plastic from below. Rounded. Soft-looking against the rigid blue sheeting. I didn't understand what I was looking at. And then I did. A shoulder. The curve of a shoulder pressing against the tarp from the inside. I pinched the screen. Zoomed harder. The plastic pulled tight against the shape beneath it, and my brain assembled the geometry in one terrible, involuntary second. A shoulder. An upper arm. The crook of an elbow. Greg lifted his end higher to resettle his grip. The fold at the bottom gave. An arm slid free. It appeared slowly, the way things moved in nightmares. Unhurried and inevitable. From elbow to wrist. A woman's arm, pale as chalk in the gray-green light. The skin slack in a way that skin wasn't supposed to be slack. The hand landed palm up on the concrete with a sound I felt more than heard. Fingers, slightly curled, and on the 4th finger, catching the faint smear of moonlight from above the roofline. A ring. Gold. Simple band. The kind that didn't come off. Greg saw it the same moment I did. He moved fast,
shoved the arm back inside the plastic with one hard push, and pulled the fold down over it and held it there, both hands pressing the tarp flat against the concrete, his head bent, his shoulders rising and falling with his breathing. 3 seconds. He stood back up, straightened his t-shirt, picked up his grip again. My phone screen blurred into nothing. I lowered it slowly and realized I was shaking. Not my hands, but my whole body. A deep, structural tremor that started somewhere in my core and radiated outward. My knees knocked against the wet dirt. My teeth pressed together so hard my jaw ached. I knew that ring. I'd seen it 1,000 times through the fence at summer barbecues, wrapped around a hand that passed paper plates and corn on the cob and cold bottles of beer. I'd seen it catch the light above a casserole dish on our front porch. I'd seen it wave goodbye from a car window in the school drop-off line. Linda. That was Linda, Greg's wife, his actual wife, who had been alive this morning. The phone slipped from my grip. I caught it against my palm. And on the driveway, Greg Patterson loaded the tarp into the back of his sedan. Chapter 4. Linda Patterson was in the back of her husband's Mercedes. I pressed my spine flat against the fence and stared up at the black sky. I breathed through my nose in short, controlled pulls the way my gym teacher had taught us during that one stress management unit I'd mostly ignored. In through the nose, out through the mouth. My vision kept trying to go gray at the edges. Don't pass out. The thought was almost funny. Do not pass out in Greg Patterson's backyard. On the other side of the fence, metal scraped against metal. The trunk lid. He was closing the trunk lid. The sound snapped me back. I looked at my phone. The video was still recording. 47 seconds of footage, the little counter ticking upward in the corner. I stared at the number and thought, that's evidence. Some functioning distant part of my brain said it clearly, like a headline. That is evidence of a murder and you are holding it. I stopped the recording. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the phone for the second time. I opened my messages, pulled up Tyler's thread, and typed without looking at the keys. I filmed something bad. Call 911, Tyler, please. Sending. The wheel spun, nothing. I tried 911 directly. Opened the dial pad, hit the 3 numbers, hit call, 1 ring, 2. A recorded voice told me all circuits were busy, and to please try my call again. I ended it, stared at the screen. For the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to be completely alone. I'd always had a signal, even in the dead zones near the reservoir, 1 bar at minimum. I'd never once considered what it felt like to hold the phone and have it be nothing but a rectangle of glass. It felt like being buried. I pressed myself smaller behind the rhododendron and looked back through the fence gap. Greg's driveway sat empty. The sedan was still there, trunk closed, engine off. The dark stain on the concrete was there if you knew to look for it. A long, irregular smear tracking from the middle of the driveway toward the rear bumper. In the dark, it could have been an oil leak, a spilled drink. I knew what it was. Where was he? I scanned the driveway, the open garage, the shadows along the side of the house. Nothing moved. He went inside. My brain offered it like a gift. He finished. He went inside. You have 30 seconds to stand up and walk to the side gate and get out of this yard and run. I looked at the gate. 30 feet of open lawn separated me from it. No cover, just dark grass and the ambient moonlight that made everything faintly, uselessly visible. 30 feet. I could do 30 feet. I shifted my weight forward onto the balls of my feet, got my knees under me, prepared to stand. The back door of Greg's house opened. I dropped back into the dirt so fast I caught a rhododendron branch across the cheek. The sting brought tears to my eyes. I pressed a hand over my mouth. Greg stepped out onto his back patio. He stood still for a moment, just stood there in the dark with his hands at his sides, and looked out at his yard, looked at his fence line, looked at the gate. My gate. I stopped breathing entirely. He scanned slowly, methodically, the same way he edged his lawn. Careful, thorough, leaving nothing unchecked. His gaze moved along the fence from the far corner toward the rhododendron bush. I pressed myself into the dirt, as though I could push through it, as though I could simply cease to exist if I tried hard enough. His eyes passed over the bush, kept moving. He looked at the gate for one more second, then turned and walked back to his driveway. He crouched beside the dark stain on the concrete, reached back through the open garage door and retrieved a garden hose, turned the spigot. The water hit the concrete in a flat, spreading rush. He was washing it away. Something in my chest cracked open. You didn't wash blood off your driveway in the dark, methodically, with a garden hose if you were panicking. You did that if you'd thought it through. You did that if you knew exactly what came next. I looked at my phone one more time. The signal bar sat at 0. The battery had dropped to 31% while I crouched here, the screen repeatedly waking itself against my palm and drinking down the charge. I opened my camera roll, pressed play on the video. It was dark and grainy and unstable. 47 seconds of a man doing something that had no innocent explanation. The arm appeared at the 31-second mark. The ring at 34, unmistakable, even through the low-light grain. I had it. I had all of it. And I was trapped behind a bush in a dead signal blackout with a man who had just loaded his wife's body into the back of his car. I closed the camera roll, looked back through the fence gap. Greg stood up from the driveway, turned off the hose, coiled it with neat automatic efficiency back through the garage door. Then he straightened up and turned to face the rhododendron bush. Not the fence line, not the gate, not the general direction of my yard. The bush, specifically, directly. He stood perfectly still, stared at it with his empty face and said nothing at all. Every cell in my body understood simultaneously what my brain was still refusing to finish processing. He knew I was there. Chapter 5. He was looking right at me. I knew it. Every animal instinct I didn't know I had screamed at once. The prickling up the back of my neck, the sudden cold sweat across my shoulder blades, despite the suffocating heat, the way my vision tunneled to nothing but his silhouette, motionless at the edge of the driveway. He hadn't moved. Neither had I. My legs had simply stopped working. Some circuit between my brain and my body had tripped and gone dark, the same way the grid had blown an hour ago, completely and without warning, leaving nothing but silence where there should have been movement. Run. My brain fired it like a starting pistol. Get up and run. My legs didn't receive the message. Greg tilted his head slightly to the left. That small, unhurried movement broke something loose in me. My phone was in my hand. My hand shook so violently the screen blurred in and out of focus. I blinked hard, forced my thumbs to work. I opened the camera roll, found the video, 47 seconds, the arm, the ring, all of it. I hit the share icon, pulled up my messages, opened Tyler's thread, and attached the file. Hit send without typing a single word. The loading wheel appeared. It spun. No service. Gray text beneath the message bubble. Not delivered. I tried again, forwarded it to my mom's number this time. She was 50 feet away inside my house, completely unreachable through several feet of insulated wall and 0 signal bars. The wheel spun and failed identically. I tried 911. All circuits are currently busy. Please try your call again. A sound came out of me. Not a sob. Something smaller and more horrifying than that. A thin, pressurized exhale through my nose. The sound of someone holding themselves together by a thread so fine it had become invisible. Across the driveway, Greg hadn't moved. He stood there with his head tilted and his hands loose at his sides, looking at the dark hedge with that emptied-out face. Patient in a way that felt less like uncertainty and more like a cat waiting outside a mouse hole. That was the only thing keeping me alive right now. He wasn't sure. I had to get back to my house. The thought organized itself with sudden, crystalline clarity. Forget Tyler. Forget the video. Forget 911. 50 feet of open lawn separated me from the back door. My parents were inside that house. If I could cover the distance without making a sound, I could pound on the glass and scream, and none of this would be mine to carry alone anymore. I just had to stand up. I looked at the open lawn behind me. Dark grass, pale moonlight, no cover whatsoever between the rhododendron and the house. I looked back at Greg, still there, still watching. If I moved, he'd see me. If I stayed here, he'd find me eventually. He was already looking. He was already waiting. The only question was how long before he stopped waiting and started checking. Move fast or don't move at all. I chose fast. I shifted my weight forward, gathered my left leg under me. My sneaker pressed into the soft dirt. I found my balance, breathed once, tensed. And the large, dry rhododendron branch beneath my left heel snapped in half. The crack split the silent night like a rifle shot. It was the loudest sound I had ever heard in my life, louder than the transformer blowing, louder than every AC unit on the street combined. It ricocheted off the fence slats and the siding of Greg's house, and came back at me from 3 directions simultaneously. For one suspended terrible second, the entire neighborhood seemed to hold its breath in response. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes locked on Greg through the gap in the fence. He'd stopped tilting his head. He stood straight now, both feet planted, shoulders squared toward the rhododendron with the calm, unhurried certainty of a man who no longer had any doubt at all. He reached back and closed the side garage door behind him. Then he walked toward the fence. Chapter 6. He walked toward the fence like he had all the time in the world. No urgency, no hesitation. Steady, deliberate footsteps across the concrete. The unhurried stride of a man who had already decided how this ended. I scrambled backward, hands and knees in the wet dirt, moving blind, branches raking across my forearms and catching in my hair. The rhododendron tore at me from every direction. I didn't feel any of it. My body had bypassed pain entirely and gone straight to pure animal survival. Back, get away from the fence. My knee found a root and buckled. I caught myself on one palm and kept moving. The grass was slick with humidity. My sneakers couldn't find purchase. Greg's footsteps stopped at the fence line. I stopped too, pressed flat against the ground, cheek in the dirt, arms folded under my chest. Tried to make myself small, tried to make myself nothing. The wet grass soaked through my t-shirt instantly. Through the fence gap, I watched his shoes, dark sneakers, laces double knotted. They stood 6 inches from the base of the slats. He didn't speak. He just stood there and breathed. I could hear it, slow and controlled in through the nose, the breathing of a man who was not panicking even slightly. My own breath came in ragged, microscopic sips. My lungs screamed for more. I denied them. He doesn't know exactly where you are. The thought arrived like a lifeline. He heard the snap. He knows the general area, but it's dark and you're flat on the ground, and if you don't move... His shoe shifted. The toe turned left. He was moving along the fence line, checking the length of it, looking for a gap, a gate, a way through. Looking for me. The tunnel vision hit without warning. The edges of my vision went dark and soft. The center sharpened down to a pinpoint of hyper-focused clarity. My hands stopped shaking. Some deep biological switch flipped. On the other side was a cold, crystalline stillness that felt nothing like calm. It felt like a shutdown. Your phone. The functional part of my brain fired it. Send the video, try again. If the signal clears for even 1 second, the phone was still in my right hand. Open the share screen again. Tyler's thread. Attach the video. Hit send. Sending. The wheel spun in the dark, and I stared at it with my whole ruined heart. Come on. I willed it through the glass with everything I had. 1 bar. 1 single bar. Send it somewhere. Send it to anyone. The wheel stopped, not delivered. I bit down so hard on the inside of my lip that I tasted blood for the second time tonight. I pulled up my mom's contact, attached the video again, sending. Greg's footsteps resumed, moving away from my position toward the far end of the fence, toward the gate. He's going around. The realization detonated through my chest. He wasn't going to climb the fence blindly. He was going to open the gate and come through properly, the way a man who lived next door would do it, casual and unstoppable. 30 seconds, maybe less. I had to run, right now, cross the open lawn to the back door and pound on the glass and scream until my parents came. None of this would matter then. I'd be inside and he'd be outside. A locked door and two adults between me and whatever Greg Patterson had become tonight. Run. I got my feet under me, crouched low, looked at the back door. A pale rectangle of glass 50 feet away, my mom's dark silhouette barely visible, moved around inside with a candle. 50 feet. I could do 50 feet. I pushed off. 1 step. 2. My sneakers hit the grass silently. The gate latch clicked. I spun. Instinct. Looked back over my shoulder. My right foot hit a dip in the lawn. My ankle rolled. My arms windmilled. I reached for anything, grabbed nothing. My palm hit the grass. The phone hit a second later. Face up. The screen blazed to life on impact. Full brightness, maximum backlight. It shot a column of cold white light straight up into the dark sky like a flare. I stared at it. It stared back at me. My heart came to a halt. The gate swung open. Chapter 7. The screen lit the whole yard. Not a glow, not a shimmer. A spotlight. The impact had cranked the brightness to maximum, and the white rectangle blazed up from the grass like something industrial. The kind of light that didn't hide things, that stripped away every shadow within 10 feet and left everything it touched completely, mercilessly exposed. Including me. I was on my hands and knees in the middle of my own backyard, lit up like a specimen on a slide, and there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. I lunged for the phone. My fingers closed around the case. I flipped it face down into the grass. Killed the light. Too late. From the direction of the gate, the footsteps had already stopped. I straightened up onto my knees and looked. Greg stood at the entrance to my yard, one hand on the gatepost, head slightly forward, the way a person stood when their eyes were still adjusting from movement to stillness. He looked at the dark grass where the light had been. Then he looked at me. The distance between us was maybe 20 feet. In daylight, I could have read his expression clearly. Every shift and micro-movement of the face I'd known my whole life. In the dark, I could only read the broad strokes, the set of his shoulders, the angle of his chin. He wasn't surprised. That was what hit me hardest. Not fear, not aggression. A complete, settled absence of surprise. Like he'd been expecting to find exactly this. Exactly here. I got my feet under me and ran. Not toward him. Left, cutting hard across the yard toward the back door. Away from the gate, away from the fence line, angling for the house. I'd made it 4 steps when his footsteps hit the grass behind me. Fast. Too fast. I hadn't known Greg Patterson could move like that. He was a big man. Broad through the shoulders, with the soft middle of someone who'd played sports in college and stopped. He crossed the yard with a speed that didn't match any version of him I'd ever seen. Not the man on the riding mower, not the man at the fence with a beer in his hand, talking property taxes. Someone else entirely. I cut harder left. My sneaker slipped on the wet grass. I caught myself on one hand, shoved upright, and kept running. The back door was right there. 20 feet, 15. My mom's candle still moved behind the glass. I opened my mouth to scream. His hand closed around my upper arm. The grip was immediate and total. Not a grab, not a lunge. A controlled clamp that stopped my forward momentum so completely it wrenched my shoulder. I spun sideways, off balance, and he stepped with me, adjusting his grip. using my own weight against me. I screamed. The sound tore out of me raw and full-throated. I didn't care about anything anymore. Not getting caught, not Tyler, not any of it. I just screamed and kept screaming. His other hand covered my mouth. The palm was huge. It sealed across my face from my chin to my nose and muffled everything down to a pressurized, useless moan. I tasted soap and blood and the chemical bite of the latex work gloves he'd taken off at some point, and the skin beneath. I bit him, hard, canine teeth into the meat of his palm. He didn't make a sound, just tightened the grip, adjusted. I kicked backward, connected with his shin, once, twice, my heel against bone. He absorbed both hits with a short, irritated exhale, the sound of a man stepping on a nail, not a man being hurt. He hauled me backward off my feet. My sneakers left the ground. I kept kicking, kept fighting, my elbow connected with his ribs. I felt the impact shudder up my arm, and still nothing. He didn't stumble. He didn't loosen his grip. He walked me backward across my own lawn, like I weighed nothing, like he'd done this before. He has. Something cold and certain said inside me. He just did it an hour ago. The fight went out of me. It was so sudden it felt like a physical thing leaving my body. Not surrender. Shock. The specific paralyzing shock of understanding something true that your brain has been refusing to finish. Linda hadn't surprised him. The tarp, the hose, the utility knife already in his pocket, the methodical, sequential efficiency of a man moving through a practice set of steps. He'd been ready. Greg turned us both, and I saw the fence line. My fence, the wooden slats between my yard and his, and the gate standing open. Beyond it, the dark concrete of his driveway. He was taking me back. I started screaming again against his palm. Useless, pressurized, horrifying sounds that went nowhere. My fingers clawed at his forearm. My sneakers dragged furrows in the wet grass. He didn't slow down. At the gate, he shifted his grip, pinned both my arms against my sides with one encircling hold, and walked me through into his yard. The gate swung shut behind us. The latch clicked. I looked back at my house. The candle still moved behind the dark glass. My mom was right there, 20 feet away, 30, 50, 100, as he pulled me further into his driveway. She had no idea. The garage door was closed now. He walked me toward the side door, a plain wooden door set into the garage's exterior wall that I'd walked past 1,000 times on the way to borrow something or return something or wave hello. He reached past me, opened it. The dark inside swallowed everything. And from somewhere in the pitch black, beneath the smell of motor oil and fertilizer and hot-trapped air, I heard the thing that took the last of my fight completely away. A man's voice. On the other side of the wall, close, frightened. And then the unmistakable sound of a garage door somewhere inside beginning to roll shut. Chapter 8. The garage swallowed me whole. The descending door completed its journey down with a thud. Greg released his grip in the same motion, a controlled drop, not a throw. I stumbled forward into the dark and hit something solid with my hip. A workbench. The edge caught me hard across the bone. I grabbed it with both hands to keep from going down. I spun around. The door was still open. A thin rectangle of slightly less dark-framed Greg's silhouette in the doorway. He stood with one hand on the frame and looked at me without speaking. I ran for the gap. 3 steps. Maybe 4. He filled the doorway before I reached it. Not a lunge. A step. One unhurried step forward that consumed the entire exit, his shoulders spanning the frame, and I pulled up short so fast my sneakers squealed against the concrete. We stood 2 feet apart. I couldn't see his face, just the shape of him, big and still, and completely blocking the only door I knew about. Behind me, the garage pressed in from all sides. The smell hit me fully for the first time. Motor oil, fertilizer, the hot chemical sweetness of stored gasoline. Under all of it, something else. Blood dark and close. Linda. She was in here. The thought moved through me like ice water. She was in here. My legs started to shake, not the productive adrenaline shake of running, the deep structural tremor of a body that had used everything it had and found the tank empty. He reached back and pulled the door shut. I backed up. 1 step, 2. My hands found the workbench again. I pressed against it and put as much distance between myself and Greg's silhouette as the garage allowed. "Don't," I said. My voice came out wrong. Too thin. A child's voice, high and pressured. Nothing like the voice in my head. Greg didn't move. "My parents are right there." I pointed at the wall like he didn't know where my house was. "They're going to notice I'm gone. My mom checks on me. She checks constantly. She's obsessive about it. And when she finds my window open, she's going to—" He said nothing. That was its own answer. He was right. I hated that he was right. I hated that he'd thought about it, that he knew exactly how I'd calculated my window, and he'd simply folded that calculation into his own. Issafur. I pressed harder against the workbench. Something cylindrical met my palm. A handle. Cool metal. My fingers curled around it without looking down. Whatever it was, I held it. Greg still hadn't moved from the doorway. He just stood in the dark rectangle. I breathed and let the silence do the work for him. That was the most terrifying thing. He didn't need to threaten me. He didn't need to chase me or hurt me or even raise his voice. He just needed to stand between me and the exit and wait. He understood something I was only now beginning to grasp. There was nowhere for me to go. The main rolling door needed power. He must have rolled it down somehow. The grid was dead. Even if I found the manual release in the dark, the noise would give me away before I got it halfway up. My phone was on the grass. Dead signal, dying battery. Maybe my dad would find it and... My voice couldn't carry through insulated walls to parents convinced their daughter was upstairs in her room. I was 16 years old in a locked garage with a man who had put his wife in a tarp, and I had absolutely no defense. The metal handle in my fist. That was all. I rolled the shaft across my palm without looking down. Long handle, heavy head, a hammer maybe, or a wrench. If he comes toward you, swing. Greg finally moved, 1 step forward, then another, slow and deliberate, crossing the garage floor with his hands loose at his sides, his footsteps measured against the concrete. I raised the handle. He stopped, looked at my hand, at whatever I was holding. I still hadn't looked, couldn't take my eyes off his silhouette to look. He tilted his head. "Put it down, Chloe." He looked at my hand, then my face, said nothing. I didn't put it down. Something shifted in the dark behind me. A sound, faint and directionless. A scuff of shoe leather against concrete, or a breath, or the ghost of one. Too deliberate for the house settling, too close. Every hair on my body rose simultaneously. I wasn't alone in here. Someone else was in the garage, in the dark behind me, deeper in, hidden in the black space between the workbench and the far wall. Something breathed. Something that had been very, very still until this exact moment. I couldn't turn around. Turning around meant taking my eyes off Greg, but the presence behind me pressed against my awareness like a physical weight. In one sick, cascading moment, I understood I'd been thinking about this wrong. Too focused on the door, on Greg, on the exit, never once checking what was already inside with me. Greg watched me process it. His chin dipped slightly. The ghost of an expression crossed his face in the dark. Not a smile, not quite. Something quieter. He took one more step forward. Then he leaned down slowly and brought his face level with mine. I froze. Couldn't move. He came close enough that I could smell the blood on him. close enough that I could feel the heat radiating off his skin in the stifling garage air. His voice dropped, flat, certain. "You shouldn't be out this late, Chloe." Chapter 9. I swung the handle, blind, hard, a full arc from my right shoulder toward the shape of him in the dark. He caught my wrist, not the tool, my wrist. His hand closed around the bone before the swing connected, and he twisted. One sharp rotation. The pain that detonated up my forearm was so immediate and total that my fingers opened on their own. The tool hit the concrete somewhere behind me with a loud ringing clang. I screamed. He covered my mouth before the sound fully left my throat. The palms sealed across my face, chin to nose, the same grip as before. The grip he'd already practiced once tonight. The scream compressed into a pressurized, useless moan that went nowhere. I clawed at his forearm with my free hand, fingernails, both hands. Once he released my wrist. I dug in and raked downward. I felt skin give under my nails. He made a short, tight sound. Not pain, not quite, more like acknowledgement, and shifted his grip to accommodate it. He'd thought about this too. That was the horror that kept compounding. Every move I made, he'd already considered. He wasn't reacting to me. He was just managing variables. I stopped clawing and bit him instead. Same spot as the backyard. The meat of his palm, below the thumb. I bit down with everything I had. Blood on my tongue. I held on. His whole body went rigid. For 1 second, one single second, the grip on my face loosened by a fraction. I wrenched sideways, got half a breath of unfiltered air, and spent it screaming, "Help!" The hand came back, harder this time. His other arm wrapped around my torso, pinning both my arms against my sides, lifting me partially off the ground. Somewhere behind me in the dark, deeper in the garage, from the far wall, something moved. Not Greg. The sounds were coming from 2 different places now. Greg was right against me, his breathing loud in my ear. The other sound was further. A shoe, scraping concrete, a body-shifting weight. Someone else was locked in the garage with us. Scream at them! My brain fired it urgently. Scream at whoever is back there! Greg's grip tightened in anticipation, like he'd read the thought. I kicked instead, both legs alternating, driving my heels back into his shins with everything I had. The impact registered. He adjusted his stance to absorb the next one, planted his feet wider. He turned me around, drove me backward toward the garage door. My sneakers dragged across the concrete in short, frantic arcs. I got one toe down and pushed hard off the floor. He absorbed it. I got my elbow free for half a second and drove it back into his ribs. A real exhale this time. Sharp. His hand found the back of my collar, and he yanked back. The fabric cinched tight across my throat. Not enough to cut air, enough to eliminate the exit. I sobbed against his palm. Not a calculated sound, not a strategy, just the involuntary, humiliating sound of a body that had hit its limit. The rear bumper of the Mercedes met the back of my knees. I looked at the massive dark shape of the car parked in the center of the garage. My brain finally, fully processed what came next. Not as a fear, not as an abstract worst-case scenario, but as a concrete, imminent sequence of events. The trunk, the dark inside it, the lid coming down. Linda. I couldn't finish the thought. A sound escaped me that I didn't have a name for. "Stop," I said against his palm, muffled, useless. "Stop, please, I won't. I didn't see anything. I deleted the video. I swear I deleted." He didn't stop. He shifted his grip, pinning me against the trunk lid with his body weight, and his free hand reached blindly across the workbench next to the car. A dry plastic rattle. Then a sharp, stiff flick. I couldn't see what he was holding. And from the deepest shadows at the far end of the sealed garage, A man's voice. A single word. Greg. Greg heard it. His whole body went still for exactly 1 second. His head turned toward the dark, a fraction, involuntary. And in that 1 second, his grip on me recalibrated from management to absolute terrifying urgency. Whatever was happening in this garage had just changed his timeline. He moved faster now. Chapter 10. Stop. Greg's voice was a low hiss, not a threat, an instruction. I stopped twisting, not because he told me to, because the voice from the far end of the garage was still there. Closer now. Someone was in here with us, and Greg was deliberately putting himself between me and whoever it was. He spun me around. Both wrists caught behind my back in one motion. The stiff plastic went on before I could pull free. A quick blind loop, the tab fed through, and then I knew exactly what he had taken from the workbench. The ratchet sound. Zip. Click, 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 each increment tighter than the last. The heavy-duty zip tie bit into the skin above my wrist bones. Not enough to cut circulation, exactly enough to make escape impossible. I started to cry. Real crying. Ugly and involuntary. From somewhere below conscious thought. You? Greg stepped back, looked at me once with that empty, evacuated face. Then he turned toward the dark interior of the garage. I know you're in here, Mark, Greg said, completely level, conversational. Mark. The name hit before I could stop it. Mark Evans, the neighbor across the street, the man who waved when he got his mail. A safe adult. In this garage. Right now. Hope flared so fast and hot it choked me. I lurched forward against my zip-tied wrists, screaming past Greg's shoulder into the pitch-black garage. Mark, Dr. Evans, it's Chloe. Chloe Miller from next door. Please help me. He killed... Greg didn't even look at me. His hand clamped violently over my mouth, cutting the plea off in my throat. He pressed me back against the workbench, his eyes never leaving the dark at the far end of the garage. Silence. Nobody answered. Nobody stepped out of the shadows. Dr. Evans stayed completely, terribly hidden in the dark. Greg watched the blackness for 3 seconds. Then he removed his hand from my mouth, turned his back on the silence, and reached for the sedan's trunk. He pushed something, and the trunk release popped. The lid rose. I didn't think. I ran. Wrists bound behind my back, balance completely gone, no plan beyond a way. I threw myself sideways. My sneakers hit the concrete. I bolted for the side door with everything I had left. I made it 4 steps. Greg's hand closed around my collar. The fabric cinched across my throat. My feet left the ground for 1 lurching second before he swung me back toward the car. I screamed, kicked, both legs cycling wildly, sneakers connecting with nothing. He walked me back to the bumper in 4 steps. I looked at the open trunk. Dark carpeting, a black rectangle of trapped heat. The interior light that should have been glowing wasn't. No bulb, just darkness going down into more darkness. No, 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 no! He put both hands on my waist. I went completely rigid. Every muscle locked simultaneously. My sneakers found the bumper. I drove backward with everything. Legs, shoulders, full body weight. He lifted me off the ground anyway. Like I weighed nothing at all. My shoulder hit the carpet. The trunk smell enveloped me immediately, hot and stale and chemical. But it wasn't just carpet. I didn't land on a flat surface. I landed against something heavy, bulky, and unyielding. The thick, stiff plastic of an industrial tarp crinkled loudly under my weight. The smell of blood hit the back of my throat like a physical blow. I writhed away from it, pressed my back against the side wall of the trunk, but there was no room. My legs tangled against the shape inside the plastic. Dense, heavy, horrifyingly rigid. The dead weight of a human body already beginning to stiffen in the heat. Linda? A wave of pure, violent revulsion tore through my stomach. I gagged, My throat closed up. My bound hands frantically scraped against the carpet as I tried to pull myself away from the corpse I was pressed against. I looked up at Greg from inside the dark box, suffocating on the smell of his murdered wife. "Greg, please, I have a family. I live next door. You know me." He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes shifted away from me, looking at the underside of the raised trunk lid. His hand reached up. His fingers closed around a small glow-in-the-dark plastic T-handle. He wrapped the nylon cable around his knuckles, braced his other hand against the metal, and yanked violently. A harsh plastic snap echoed in the garage. He tore the entire thing off. He looked down at me with that empty, evacuated face and tossed the broken handle onto my chest. "Please?" He took hold of the trunk lid. The lid came down. The latch caught like a gunshot. Darkness. Not the dark of a room at night. Not the dark of a neighborhood without power. A different category. Sealed and pressurized. The darkness of a space never designed for human eyes, shared with something that was no longer human. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see the tarp, but I could feel it touching my leg. I screamed, full-throated, tearing screams that bounced back from the walls and went nowhere. The trunk absorbed them. I felt the sound dying against the carpet, the insulation eating it. Nobody heard me. I screamed until my throat gave out. Then I rolled onto my side, curled my knees up to my chest to keep them as far away from the tarp as the cramped space allowed. "Get your hands in front. Step through them." I rolled to my back, pulled my knees to my chest, tried to work my bound wrists under my hips and down past my legs. The zip tie hit my hip bone and stopped. Too tight, too rigid. I lay on my side in the dark and panted, trying to think past the heat and the overpowering smell of blood and death. The release handle. It arrived in the specific voice of a TikTok I'd watched months ago at midnight. Every car manufactured after 2001 must have an interior trunk release by federal law. But I already knew. I felt the broken plastic T-handle resting against my ribs where he had dropped it. I twisted onto my back anyway, raised my bound hands as high as the space allowed, felt along the rear wall with my fingertips, the latch housing, the carpet surrounding it, just carpet pulled smooth over bare metal, with the jagged, broken plastic hole where my only way out used to be. The sound that came out of me wasn't a scream, smaller and more broken, a single compressed note of pure despair. Outside the trunk, muffled through metal and carpet and dark, I heard voices, 2 of them, then something that might have been a struggle. I opened my mouth and screamed again anyway, because it was the only thing left to do. Chapter 11. 2 voices. I screamed toward them, both knees drawn up, feet flat against the trunk lid, every cubic inch of air I had left aimed at the rear seat divider like a battering ram. "Help me! I'm in the trunk! I'm in the car!" The words bounced back at me from the carpet and the metal and the sealed lid and went nowhere. I kicked the lid anyway. Both feet drove upward from the knee. The hardest impact I could generate in the cramped space. Not much. The metal rang, hollow and resonant, and died instantly. Outside, the voices continued. 2 of them. Still there. Beyond the back seat, beyond the divider, somewhere in the pitch-black garage. One voice was Greg's, patient, leveled, unhurried. The other voice was Mark's. He was angry, the tight, pressurized kind of anger that lived just below the surface of someone running on raw adrenaline. Short sentences, hard consonants. I filled my lungs. "In here!" I aimed it directly at the divider. "I'm in the trunk. Help me, please." I kicked the lid in rhythm with the screaming. The voices stopped. One beat of absolute silence. My heart lurched. They heard it. Then Mark's voice again, sharper now, directed at something specific. "Where is she? Greg, where's my wife?" Greg's response was quieter. Whatever he said, Mark didn't accept it. The garage erupted. Movement, fast, physical, and uncontrolled. Feet on concrete, something heavy connecting with the surface. A grunt of impact followed immediately by a crash that sent something metal skittering across the garage floor. They were fighting. I kicked harder, screamed louder. The plastic of the tarp crinkled wildly beneath my legs as I thrashed in the dark, trying to insert myself into whatever was happening out there. The struggle moved around the garage. Impacts, footsteps. The Mercedes rocked on its suspension. A sudden, violent lurch that threw me hard against the interior wall. The chassis shuddered like something had hit the exterior with significant force. A body. Someone had hit the car with their body. I froze. The struggle was right there, inches away. On the other side of the sheet metal, two men collided against the trunk's exterior. The vibration moved through the carpet and into my cheek. Another impact, harder. The sound of something. A fist, an elbow, a skull, connected with the body panel at full force. Then a massive metallic screech tore through the garage. It wasn't a car part. It was the sound of a heavy steel track vibrating. The garage door. A body had been thrown against the center of the garage door. The distinct, sharp snap of the emergency release cord being yanked hard, disconnecting the heavy motorized chain from the track. The metal panels groaned. "Help!" Mark's voice roared, no longer muffled by walls, but booming directly into the open air. The garage door was rolling up. The sealed, suffocating heat of the garage was suddenly pierced by the humid rush of the outside night. I heard the cicadas. I heard the street. The darkness pressing against the trunk lid shifted. The garage was open. We were exposed to the driveway. A heavy thud vibrated against the rear quarter panel. "Where is she?" Mark screamed. Mark sounded in control. Maybe he had Greg pinned against the car. I didn't stop to think. I didn't try to understand the words. I just sucked in a lungful of stifling air and screamed back, "I'm Chloe. I'm in the trunk. I'm right here. Please." And then I heard the sirens. Chapter 12. The sirens wailed from the main road, high and wavering, cutting through the cicadas and the heat. The police were coming. The fight outside the trunk stopped. Not gradually, all at once. 1 second the garage was full of movement, feet on concrete, bodies hitting the car. And then it simply stopped. I held my breath, pressed my ear flat against the trunk wall. Tires screamed against asphalt, screeched to a halt at the edge of the driveway. Doors flew open. Heavy boots hit the pavement. Voices overlapped in a wall of controlled professional urgency. "Help me!" I screamed. I kicked the lid with both feet, ignored the sickening crinkle of the bloody tarp beneath me. "I'm in here!" A heavy iron impact smashed against the exterior of the trunk lock. Crunch, the metal deformed. The sound was deafening inside the cramped box. Someone was swinging a heavy tool at the latch. Blinding, strobing light bled through the tiny gaps in the trunk's deformed wall. Red, blue, red, blue. "I need backup at the vehicle. I need backup now." A police officer shouted from the driveway. Crunch. The iron hit the lock again, harder this time. The latch sheared completely. The housing tore from the frame with a squeal of stressed metal. The trunk lid flew open. The night sky rushed in. Red and blue strobes blinded me. I flinched, curled into a tight ball, turned my face away from the terrible dark shape of the tarp beside me, and sobbed uncontrollably. A flashlight beam hit my face. "I've got you," a man's voice said. Low, steady, the voice of someone managing an emergency. Not a cop, someone from the neighborhood. "I've got you." Strong hands reached over the bumper. David Marsh. He hooked his hands under my arms and pulled me up and out of the suffocating heat of the trunk, away from the smell of blood and the plastic. My legs gave out the second my sneakers hit the asphalt of the driveway. David caught me. He wrapped his arm tightly around my shaking shoulders, holding me up against the side of the car. I buried my face in his chest, gasping for air in the strobe-lit dark of the cul-de-sac. 10 feet away, 2 police officers tackled Greg to the concrete. Mark Evans stood above them, his chest heaving, the heavy iron wrench dangling from his grip. He stared down at Greg with eyes that no longer looked human. "Why?" Mark's voice cracked, raw, and completely broken. "Why did you kill her? What did you do to Erin?" Greg's face was pressed into the asphalt under the officer's knee. His hands were wrenched behind his back, but he lifted his head, his eyes wild and desperate, and screamed over the noise of the sirens. "I didn't mean to!" Greg shrieked, his voice tearing. "Linda just stormed in. She had her phone. Someone texted her Mark. Someone told her we were down there." The words hit the humid air and hung there. Mark froze. I stopped shaking. I pulled my face away from David's chest and looked at Greg. "Someone knew!" Greg sobbed into the pavement, thrashing under the cops. "Someone in this neighborhood set us up. They made her come down there." A cold, paralyzing dread washed over me, heavier than the heat of the trunk. I turned my head. I looked past the flashing red and blue lights of the police cruisers. I looked out at the dark, silent cul-de-sac, the massive, expensive houses standing like black monoliths against the night sky. No power, no cameras, no lights. But someone inside one of those dark houses had been watching us. Someone had typed a text message, hit send, and started a murder. And they were still in the dark right now, watching us burn. End of Book 2.
The Stalker, Book 3 of the Blackout, written by Ion Esami, narrated by Ace Roberts. Copyright 2026 by Ion Esami, all rights reserved.
Chapter 1. My digital watch rolled over to exactly 8:00 p.m. when the grid died. 1 second, the street hummed with it. Air conditioners, porch lights, the blue flicker of televisions behind drawn curtains, the low electrical pulse of a neighborhood that ran on money and comfort, the absolute certainty that the lights would always come back on. Then nothing. The pop had been massive, metallic, a sound like a transformer eating itself somewhere out on Route 9. One hard crack, and then silence so total it had physical weight. High-vis vest, tactical maglite, notebook in the left cargo pocket, pen clipped to the right. I had been finishing my 7:45 patrol sweep when the grid went, standing at the end of my driveway, perfectly positioned. As if I'd known. I hadn't known the power would fail. But the street was already fracturing. 10 minutes before the lights went out, Evelyn Marsh stepped onto her dark porch, tapped out a message on a cheap plastic cell phone, definitely not from the Apple store, and slipped back inside to her dinner party. 5 minutes after that, Linda Patterson marched out of her front door and straight across the asphalt toward Mark and Erin's house, looking like a woman on her way to an execution. I hadn't known the grid was about to blow, but I was ready for it, and that was the difference between everyone else on this street and me. They reacted. I was already in position. The maglite came up. The beam hit number 4 first. The Kellermans. Through the front window, 2 shapes lurched room to room, phones out. Flashlight apps cast weak blue-white shadows. Gerald Kellerman walked into what was probably a side table. The shape staggered, grabbed the wall. I watched. The beam moved to number 12. The Millers. Through the kitchen window, Brian Miller was already yanking open his stainless steel freezer, panic-loading expensive cuts of meat into a cooler, while his wife Diane frantically dialed a cell phone that had no signal. Typical. The predictable, frantic energy of people who had never once prepared for anything. A faint metallic click sounded from the dark above them, like an aluminum window screen popping loose. I didn't bother panning the flashlight up to the second floor. It was probably just the wind or a raccoon on the roofline. I kept the beam locked on the kitchen, savoring the helpless panic in Brian's face. I thought I was the only one in control tonight. I was wrong. The beam moved to number 6. The Parkers. A door cracked open, no lights behind it, just dark. The Parker woman. Robe, no shoes, phone held up like a lantern. "That you, Arthur?" The beam didn't stop moving. Go inside, Carol. The door clicked shut. This was the thing about a blackout. The thing none of them understood yet. The things everyone was doing right now. Fumbling for candles. Calling the power company on phones that would be dead in 3 hours. A blackout was an equalizer. Every security system on this street ran on grid power. Every camera. Every floodlight. Every alarm panel with its false sense of security and authority. All of it dark now. All of it useless. These people had spent enormous sums of money making themselves feel safe. The money was with the security companies. The safety was gone. The beam swept across number 8, Mark's house. The physician. Second-floor office window glowed faint with the pale light of a laptop screen. He was up there then, probably panicking about his battery percentage, probably calling Aaron's name into the hallway. Aaron wasn't answering. I didn't know that specifically. I knew the architecture of their arguments. You watched a marriage long enough, you learned its patterns. The way she went downstairs when he went up. The way she sought out other company. Greg Patterson, usually. Yes, I said it. Golden Retriever Greg. Always ready with a sympathetic smile and a shared beer over the property line. I had watched that particular friendship drift across the boundary of neighborly goodwill months ago. Mark was too arrogant to see it, and Linda was too proud to admit it. But I saw everything. The beam moved. Number 10, Greg Patterson's house. Dark. Completely dark. No movement at the windows. No shapes crossing room to room with their phones held up. Still, I kept the beam there longer than the others. Greg was always the last to react. Controlled man. Methodical. The kind who wouldn't fumble for candles or crowd the window. He would sit very still in whatever room he was already in and wait for the situation to define itself before he moved. I respected that in the abstract. The beam dropped. I turned. The cul-de-sac was mine. That was the only way to describe it. The street I'd walked at least once a day for 11 years. Cataloged every deviation, every unfamiliar car, every light left on past midnight. The street where no one returned a wave with both hands. Where they smiled the thin smiles of people tolerating a minor inconvenience. Where they called me by my first name in the tone they used for service workers. All of it dark now. All of them helpless. And I was the only one standing in the center of it with a working light and a functioning plan. Plus 11 years of institutional knowledge about every house, every resident, every habit, every weakness on this block. The heat pressed down. 94 degrees at 8 p.m. and not a breath of air anywhere. The humidity turned the night soupy. My vest clung. Sweat tracked down my spine. I didn't care. The discomfort was fuel. The heat meant they were already suffering inside their sealed, powerless houses. Already reaching for their phones, already feeling the first edge of something they hadn't felt in years. Vulnerability. I turned the beam down the street. The cul-de-sac curved left at its far end, pulled the last 2 houses out of the direct sightline from the center. Number 10 behind me, the curve ahead. And at the very end, set back from the road, the dark shape of the last house on the block. Number 12. Valerie's house, out of town. Had been for 3 days. I knew her schedule, not because she told me, because I paid attention. The absence of her car, the mail stacking, the particular stillness of an empty house that looked different from a house where people were simply sleeping. Number 12 was empty. The beam hit the front face of it. White siding gone gray in the mag light's wash. Dark windows, no movement. The front walk perfectly maintained, because Valerie maintained everything, even in absentia. My feet had already started moving. I walked the curve of the cul-de-sac at a slow pace. Past number 10. Past the narrow gap between properties where the dew-wet grass smelled thick and green in the heat. The beam stayed fixed on number 12. I reached the end of the street and I stopped at the foot of the front walk. The house sat silent above me. Empty. I looked at the door. Chapter 2. I stood at the stone wall and killed the maglite. Darkness slammed in from every direction. I didn't move. I let my eyes adjust. Let the night settle around me until the shapes came back. The line of arborvitae along Valerie's property, the iron gate at the side, the faint outline of the stone path leading back toward the house. No lights in any window. No movement. Nothing. She was gone. I knew that for a fact. Tuesday morning, I'd watched her load a single hard-shell carry-on into the back of her Audi. Compact bag, efficient packer. She'd been on the phone the whole time. Something about a conference, 2 nights, maybe 3. She hadn't noticed me at the mailboxes. People rarely did. That was the thing about this neighborhood. These people spent their entire lives performing for each other. The perfect lawn, the perfect car, the charity auction donation, the casual mention of the Hamptons house. But the moment they stepped outside without an audience, they went completely blind. Valerie had not looked at her own street in years. 4 days since Tuesday. The house had been sitting empty and dark since the grid blew. I was simply performing due diligence. I unlatched the iron gate and stepped through into the backyard. The temperature dropped a degree. Just 1, under the arborvitae's canopy. The grass was damp against my shoes. The smell hit me immediately. Roses along the back fence. Something green and overwatered in the planter beds. The rich, dark scent of mulch still holding the day's heat. I stopped breathing through my mouth. Sound traveled differently back here. No street noise, no distant hum of traffic from the main road. The cicadas were louder. My own heartbeat was louder. I noticed it the way you notice a soundtrack, present, insistent, then almost pleasant. This wasn't fear. Fear was what Brian Miller felt right now, on his knees in front of a melting refrigerator, helpless and sweating. Fear was what happened to people who hadn't prepared, who hadn't thought ahead, who hadn't spent years quietly learning the rhythms and routines and vulnerabilities of the people around them. This was something else. This was the pure, clean thrill of being invisible. I crossed the yard from memory, 14 steps from the gate to the edge of the patio. I'd counted them before, on the welfare check back in March. The stone path rose slightly underfoot. Now, I slowed, heel to toe, each step placed with precision. No sound. The wrought iron patio furniture sat somewhere to my left. I didn't reach for it, didn't need it. My hands knew where they were going. The ceramic frog sat at the base of the large stone planter on the right side of the patio door. I crouched down. My fingers swept the base of the planter, gritty stone, damp soil, the rough ceramic curve of the frog's back. I tilted it forward. The small brass key skated across the stone. I caught it clean before it could ring against the surface. I straightened up, held the key between 2 fingers. Back in March, I'd told myself I'd return it, drop it in her mailbox with a note about the security vulnerability. Something professional, something documented. I never got around to it. The back patio door was 3 steps ahead. Older sliding glass frame, single-cylinder deadbolt on the interior handle, a good lock, if you were the kind of person who remembered to use it consistently. Valerie was not always that kind of person. I had observed this. I stepped to the door, raised the key, slid the metal into the lock. 1 turn, clean and smooth. The deadbolt clicked open. Chapter 3. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. 1 smooth motion, slide, turn, click. The darkness inside was total. Not the soft dark of the backyard where the moon still bled through the tree line and gave the world some shape. This was sealed dark. It pressed against your eyeballs and your brain started inventing shapes that weren't there. The air hit me next. Dead, stiflingly hot. The house had spent all day fighting the heat with the AC running. The moment the grid died, it stopped fighting and started hoarding. Every breath tasted stale, recycled and thick, like the inside of a car left in full sun. I didn't move. Old habit. You stand still first. You let the house speak before you walk into it. I'd read that in a property security manual years ago. It had never once steered me wrong. I stood still. The house said nothing. I reached into my vest pocket and pulled out the pen light. Narrow barrel. Tight, focused beam. Nothing that would bleed through a curtain or throw shadows across a window frame visible from the street. I'd ordered it online, specifically for situations like this. Low profile, tactical, professional. I clicked it on. The pale column swept the mudroom floor. Tile, slightly worn near the door. A pair of running shoes lined up with military neatness beside the mat. A coat rack. A single linen jacket hung off center, one sleeve trailing. A canvas tote from some gym I didn't recognize propped against the baseboard. I cataloged it all. That was the discipline. You didn't walk through a space, you read it. Every object was information. Every detail was data. Years of neighborhood watch had trained my eye to process a room the way a doctor read a chart. Fast, clinical, complete. Suck on that, Dr. Mark Evans. I moved into the kitchen. The beam slid across the countertops, clean, uncluttered. Not a dish in the sink, not a glass left out. The kind of clean that took effort, the kind that didn't happen by accident. Valerie was a deliberate woman, controlled. She didn't leave things out where they could be seen. A bowl of fruit on the island. A banana gone soft and dark at the edges, splitting at the tip. The smell of it reached me, sweet and overripe, faintly fermented in the dead air. She'd been gone long enough for the fruit to turn. I barely registered it. I was already thinking about the office. Valerie had lived at number 12 for 6 years. In 6 years, I'd learned almost nothing about her. Reserved. Private. The kind of neighbor who waved from the driveway and went back inside before you could cross the street. I'd tried, on multiple occasions, to build the kind of rapport good neighborhood relations required. A comment about her landscaping. An offer to forward the watch's monthly safety newsletter. A gentle inquiry after her husband left 3 years ago. Quietly. No for sale sign. A truck in the driveway one afternoon. Then one fewer car. Whether she was managing all right on her own. Every time she'd smiled and gone inside. Polite, firm, closed. I'd wondered about Valerie for 3 years. Tonight, I didn't have to wonder. The hallway stretched ahead of me. I kept the pen light angled low, beam at the floor so the light wouldn't travel toward the front windows. Hardwood. Uneven near the baseboard, a soft creak waiting for anyone who didn't know it was there. I knew it was there. I stepped over it without breaking stride. A narrow side table against the wall. Ceramic bowl for keys. Empty, which meant she'd taken them with her. A framed photograph above it. I paused for half a second, tilting the beam up. A boy. Teenage. Dark-haired. Grinning at the camera with the easy confidence of someone who hadn't learned yet that the world would push back. Valerie's son. I remembered him. He hadn't set foot on this street since the husband packed his truck 3 years ago. He lived with his father now. I knew that because I made a point of reading the return addresses on the birthday cards Valerie mailed out every October, the ones that never seemed to yield a visit. I moved on. The office was the second door on the left. I knew the layout of every house on Oak Ridge Court, not from breaking in, from paying attention, from watching which lights went on in which rooms, from noting where shadows moved when people passed their windows at night, from observing what everyone else was too self-important to notice. That was the thing about this neighborhood. These people had every advantage. The money, the square footage, the alarm systems, the cameras. Yet they were still the least observant people I had ever met. They looked at each other all day long and saw nothing. I saw everything. I pushed the office door open. The room smelled different from the rest of the house. Drier. A faint trace of something floral. A reed diffuser on the windowsill, dark and nearly dry. The beam swept the room in one slow arc. Bookshelf along the far wall. A small love seat. A printer on a stand in the corner. Paper tray empty. Then the desk. Dark wood, wide surface, deliberately blank. A closed laptop pushed to one side. A ceramic dish with a single pen. A charging cable coiled into a perfect loop beside it. The desk of a woman who kept everything put away. My pulse ticked up. Not fast, not spiking. Just a steady, quiet elevation. The particular feeling of standing at the edge of something. I'd felt it before, over the years. The moment right before a space gave up what it was hiding. I crossed to the desk, stood behind the chair, ran the pen light slowly across the surface one more time. Then I reached down, wrapped my fingers around the handle of the first drawer, and pulled it open. Chapter 4. The drawer was full. I pulled it out to its full extension and angled the pen light down. Envelopes. A stack of them, banded together with a rubber band gone brittle at the edges. Loose papers beneath, folded, creased, the kind of documents you handled often enough that the folds had turned soft. A small spiral notebook with a pen clipped to the cover. I lifted the banded stack out and set it on the desk. Private mail. The rubber band snapped when I worked it off, dry and spent. I set the two halves aside and spread the envelopes across the dark wood surface, fanning them under the beam. Credit card statements, a car insurance renewal, a letter from a law firm, the return address printed in small, conservative font in the upper left corner. I set that one aside and kept moving. Bank statements, 3 months' worth, folded into thirds. I opened the first one. The numbers came into focus under the pen light and I read them the way I read everything, fast, thorough, without sentiment. Checking account, moderate balance, regular withdrawals on the 1st and 15th. Mortgage payment, auto pay. Utility bills, auto pay. A weekly grocery charge at the same store, consistent to within $20 every time. Disciplined, methodical. I turned to the second statement. The savings account balance stopped me. I read it twice. Then I set the paper down and looked at the wall for a moment. All of it. Just sitting there. In a savings account earning almost nothing, parked and untouched for, I checked the transaction history, 14 months. Not a single withdrawal. Not a single addition either, which meant it had come from somewhere else. A settlement maybe. An inheritance. I thought about the truck in her driveway 3 years ago. The husband who left without a for sale sign or a forwarding address. The law firm envelope in the stack. Divorce settlement. That was my read. A clean, quiet exit with a significant number attached. Valerie had more money than anyone on this street knew about, and she'd spent 3 years letting them all assume she was struggling. The grin came back. That was the thing about people. They performed poverty the same way they performed wealth, loudly, for an audience. Valerie had simply opted out of the performance entirely. She'd let them all look past her. Let them assume. I knew better now. I refolded the statements, replaced them in the drawer in the same order I'd found them, edges aligned. The rubber band was useless, so I looped it loosely around the stack and set it back where it had been. No trace. That was the discipline. The house settled around me with a low wooden groan, the kind old houses made when the temperature shifted, the frame expanding and contracting with the heat. I froze. Listened. The groan faded. Silence came back. I let out a slow breath through my nose. The stagnant air pressed in on all sides. My own breathing sounded too loud in it, deliberate and heavy, each inhale magnified by the dead quiet of the sealed house. I became aware of it the way you became aware of a clock ticking. Once you noticed it, you couldn't stop. I closed the drawer. Opened the second one. More paper, a checkbook, a small velvet pouch that clinked softly when I moved it. Coins or jewelry, I didn't open it. A folder of what looked like medical documents, the top sheet printed with a hospital letterhead I didn't take time to read. I noted it, filed it. The third drawer held nothing useful. Pens, a box of paper clips, a small flat flashlight with dead batteries. I pushed it shut. The office had given me what it had. I straightened up and swept the pen light in a slow arc across the room one final time. Bookshelf, love seat, printer stand, desk. Everything back where it belonged. Everything exactly as I'd found it. Almost exactly. I moved to the door and stepped back into the hallway. The dark pressed in again. I kept the pen light low. The hardwood was silent under my feet. I knew where to step now, where the boards were tight and where they shifted. The hallway felt longer on the way out than it had on the way in. I reached the foot of the stairs. Carpeted, dark runner, edges bound in some kind of tape that had started to fray near the bottom step. My hand found the banister. Smooth wood, slightly dusty. I stood there for a moment. I told myself I was listening, checking, being thorough. The upstairs was dark and quiet and empty. I told myself that too. I took the first step and climbed. The carpet absorbed my weight without a sound. I counted the steps without meaning to. 8, 9, 10. The landing opened up ahead of me, a dark T-junction, 2 doors on the left and 1 on the right. The one on the right was ajar. I crossed to it, pushed it open. The master bedroom. Chapter 5. The master bedroom was exactly what I expected. Neat. Controlled. The same deliberate blankness as the office downstairs carried up here and applied to every surface. Bed made tight. Pillows aligned. A single nightstand on the left side. One glass, one book, one lamp. Nothing on the right side at all. She slept alone and had stopped pretending otherwise. I swept the penlight slowly across the room. Dresser against the far wall, mirror above it dark and reflective, throwing my own narrow beam back at me. A small upholstered chair in the corner with a folded blanket draped over the arm. A framed print above the headboard I didn't bother to read. I crossed to the closet. Louvered doors, floor to ceiling, the kind with the angled slats that let air move through. I hooked my fingers into the center gap and pulled them open. The smell hit me first. Subtle, dry. The particular scent of fabric and cedar and something underneath it. Perfume or body lotion, absorbed into the hanging clothes over months and years until it became part of the fiber itself. I stood in the doorway for a moment and inhaled. The penlight swept the interior. Clothes hung in 2 neat rows, the longer items on the left folded over hangers with care, the shorter items on the right. Blouses, a few blazers, 2 dresses in dry cleaning bags, the plastic still crisp, shoes on the floor in pairs, toes pointing out. I reached in with my free hand. The silk was cool against my palm. I ran my fingers along the hanging row, felt the fabric shift and whisper against itself as I moved through it. Smooth, expensive, probably cost more than I made in a week and got worn to events I'd never be invited to. I thought about Valerie wearing these things, moving through rooms full of people who looked past her the same way they looked past me. Except she'd chosen it. She'd bought her invisibility with that settlement money and worn it like a second skin. We weren't so different, the two of us. I pushed that thought away and moved to the built-in dresser on the right side of the closet. 4 drawers. I started at the top. Folded items. Thin fabric, carefully arranged in rows. I ran the penlight along them and identified them without touching. The workout clothes with moisture-wicking panels and flat seams. Practical. Functional. Not what I was looking for. I slid that drawer shut. The second one. I already knew what I'd find before the drawer was fully open. The particular weight of it, the slight give in the runners, the way it moved. I'd opened enough of them over the years, in enough houses, during enough welfare checks and vacancy inspections, to know by feel. I aimed the penlight down. The beam swept the contents. I killed it immediately. My heartbeat pounded in my chest. I didn't need the light for this part. I set the penlight on top of the dresser, freeing both hands. The dark was total and complete around me. That was exactly right. That was how this worked. You didn't look. Looking made it something else. Something harder to justify, even to yourself. In the dark, it was just sensation. Just fabric. Just the particular private softness of something that belonged to someone who didn't know I was here. I lifted a handful of the fabric from the drawer. Silk again, lighter than the blouses. Warmer from sitting in the clothes drawer in the baking heat of the sealed house. I brought it up slowly in both hands. Pressed it to my face. The smell was immediate. Overwhelming. Not perfume exactly. Something more personal than that. Something that lived in fabric the way memory lived in a room. Absorbed and permanent. Impossible to wash all the way out. I stood there in the pitch-black closet with my eyes closed, the heat pressed against me from all sides. My own breathing filled the small space, a wheeze like an asthmatic patient. Nothing existed outside these 4 walls, outside this particular dark, outside this exact moment that no one would ever know about, because no one ever looked toward the end of the road. No one ever looked at me at all. I don't know how long I stood there, long enough that the heat stopped feeling oppressive and began to feel like something else. Long enough that the house around me faded to nothing. No street outside, no neighbors, no blackout, no patrol. Just this. Satisfied, I replaced the fabric, closed the drawer, and moved to the window. The spotting scope was where it always was, mounted on its tripod in the corner of the window, angled toward the street. I couldn't resist. I leaned over it, adjusted the focus wheel, and let the glass pull the dark neighborhood close. I swept past Greg's driveway, past Mark's dark house, and then I saw movement near the hedgerow. A figure stumbled through the wet grass, panicked, erratic. I tracked it as the magnification caught a figure stepping into a patch of pale moonlight. Someone. Shirt stained black in the low light, hands coated in it. Blood. My pulse spiked. I pulled my phone from my pocket. The lock screen flared to life against my palm. The white numbers read 8:12 p.m. I swiped to the camera, pressed the lens against the scope's eyepiece, and tapped the shutter. A perfect magnified photograph of whoever this was, covered in blood. I placed the phone on the windowsill, returned my eye to the scope. The figure disappeared out of sight. I stood still and tried to process what I'd seen. Minutes passed. What was going on? Then the thud hit. My heart jumped. It was distinct and heavy from directly below me. The first floor. Chapter 6. My body went rigid. Every nerve ending fired at once. I glanced down at the faint green glow of my watch face in the dark. 8:15 p.m. I returned to the closet, retrieved the pen light from the dresser, and clicked it off. The dark in the master bedroom felt different now. Active. It pressed against my eyes until my pupils ached with the effort of finding something to land on. I backed up against the wall and didn't breathe. Silence. Complete, suffocating silence. I counted to 5. Nothing moved below me. No second thud, no footsteps, no voices. Just the dense, stagnant air of a sealed house and the blood hammering in my own ears. I counted to 10. Still nothing. My lungs started to burn. I let the breath out through my nose in a thin, controlled stream and pulled another one in just as slowly. Thought. The thud had come from below. Center of the house, not the kitchen, not the front foyer. Somewhere in the middle. The hallway maybe, or one of the rooms off it. A single impact, heavy and flat, the kind of sound that traveled through floor joists and arrived upstairs stripped of its source, but not its weight. I was not alone in this house. The realization didn't arrive slowly. It landed all at once, fully formed and irreversible. A looter? No. The conclusion arrived with a cold, clinical clarity. I'd just watched a figure stumble into the shadows, looking hunted. They hadn't just run to the end of the cul-de-sac. They'd run here, to the empty house at the end of the street. Came through the front door. Maybe there was a key for them under a rock too. My chest went cold, but the adrenaline underneath it was a massive, intoxicating spike. The neighborhood watch captain had just witnessed something out of the ordinary. I reached down in the dark and closed my hand around the barrel of the tactical maglite. Heavy, solid, aircraft-grade aluminum, 32 ounces, the same model carried by law enforcement officers in 11 states. I knew that because I researched it before purchasing. I'd also researched grip technique, strike zones, and the legal parameters of civilian use of force in this state. I had never once had a situation that required any of it. More than a decade of patrols, newsletters, incident logs, laminated ID cards, and showing up when no one called me, leaving before anyone noticed I'd been there. Not one situation. I thought about that for half a second, then I tightened my grip. The bedroom came back in shades of dark gray as my eyes adjusted. The tight bed, the dresser with its black mirror, the pale rectangle of the doorway opening into the hall. I moved toward it with the maglite raised to shoulder height, thumb resting on the switch. I stopped at the bedroom door. Listened. The house pressed in around me. Heat from the ceiling, heat from the floor. The trapped warmth of a space that had been sealed all day with no way to breathe. Sweat gathered at my collar. A single bead ran the length of my spine. I strained into the silence. The landing stretched ahead of me, dark and still. The staircase dropped away to the left. Somewhere below, the first floor waited. The hallway, the office, the kitchen, the rooms I'd already moved through once tonight. Come on, give me something. The silence held for 3 full seconds. Then it broke. From directly below me, muffled by the floor and the walls and the column of dead air between, came the unmistakable sound of water running. The downstairs half bathroom. Someone had turned on the tap. Chapter 7. The water was still running. I moved to the top of the stairs and listened to it. The faint, steady hiss of a tap left open, traveled up through the walls of the house, and reached me like a signal. Someone was down there. Not settling floorboards, not thermal expansion. A person was in the downstairs half bathroom with the water running. Who? I tightened my grip on the mag light and did not turn it on. Light was information. The moment I clicked that beam on, I gave up my position, my advantage, everything. Whoever was there would see the glow from the hallway and know exactly where I was and exactly how far away. I wasn't going to hand them that. I kept the mag light dark and stood at the top of the stairs contemplating my next move. The staircase dropped away in front of me, a pale gray slope in the near total dark. 10 steps, carpeted runner down the center, wooden edges on both sides. I'd come up these stairs 20 minutes ago without a sound. I knew which side held and which side gave. I stepped onto the first stair, right side, close to the wall. My weight settled. The carpet absorbed it cleanly. No sound. I moved to the second. Same placement, same result. Slow, deliberate. Each foot placed with the full concentration of a man who understood that sound was the only currency that mattered right now. Third step, fourth. The water kept running below me, steady and indifferent, masking whatever small noises I made. Good. I used it. Let it cover me. Moved a half step faster with it than I would have without it. Fifth step. Sixth. Halfway. My right foot found the seventh step, and I transferred my weight. The board screamed. A sharp, percussive crack split the silence of the house like a hammer through drywall. I froze with my full weight on the step, both hands locked around the mag light. Every muscle in my body turned to concrete. 1 second. 2. The water stopped. Not gradually, not the slow pressure drop of someone releasing a tap. It cut off instantly, mid-flow, like a switch thrown. One moment the hiss was there. The next, it wasn't. What replaced it was a completely different kind of silence than the one before. Occupied silence. Listening silence. It meant the person downstairs heard exactly what I heard and was now doing exactly what I was doing. Stood perfectly still in the dark and tried to figure out what came next. My chest went cold. Whoever was there now knew I was here. My advantage was gone. I stood on the 7th step and ran the calculation fast. They were in the bathroom, off the main hallway. A single entry point, no window large enough to matter. The hallway ran from the foot of the stairs to the back of the house. If they came out of the bathroom, they had 2 options, toward me or away. Neither one was good for me standing frozen on a staircase with no cover and no light. I forced my right foot up, 8th step, quiet this time. I shifted my weight to the far left edge, away from the protesting board. The carpet held. 9th step, 10th. The foot of the stairs opened onto the main hallway, and I stepped off the last riser onto the hardwood floor. The transition was barely audible, a breath of sound, nothing more. I pressed my back against the wall to my left and held the mag light up at shoulder height, thumb on the rubberized switch. The hallway stretched ahead of me, black, dense, darkness that made distances unreliable, turned 10 feet into 20 and made walls feel closer than they were. The half bathroom was at the far end. A faint outline of its door meant it was slightly ajar. No movement. No sound. Nothing. I steadied my breathing. In through the nose, out through the nose, slow and controlled. I was in control. This was my situation. I had the weapon, I had the training, over 10 years of preparation for exactly this kind of moment. The looter or whoever was in that bathroom had none of those things. Was that someone from the neighborhood? I had my doubts. I told myself that. I almost believed it. Then the shadow moved. At the far end of the hallway, in the gap of the bathroom doorway, a shape detached itself from the dark and stepped forward. Chapter 8. I didn't think. That was the truth of it, stripped of everything else. All the manuals, all the research, all the 30 years of preparation I'd carried around like a second skin evaporated in the half second between seeing the shadow move and my arm swinging. Pure reflex, pure animal. As Mike Tyson said before his fight with Tyrell Biggs in 1987, Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. I stepped forward and swung the mag light hard at head height. The aluminum cut through the dead air with a low whistle and connected with nothing. The shadow wasn't there anymore. I didn't understand it. I had seen the figure step forward, had tracked it, had aimed for the center mass of it in the dark, and then it simply wasn't where I'd calculated it to be. Too fast, too fluid, moving in a way that didn't match my model of a stumbling opportunist caught off guard in the dark. I had half a second to register that before the hallway exploded. Something hit my left shoulder, not a punch, a shove. The flat-palmed driving force of someone putting their whole body behind it. I spun sideways into the wall. My elbow cracked against the drywall. The mag light stayed in my grip by reflex alone. I got my feet back under me and lunged forward with my free arm extended. I tried to find purchase, tried to grab something. My fingers caught fabric. I yanked. The figure yanked back harder. We collided in the center of the hallway, a tight, graceless tangle of bodies in the complete dark. Elbows, grabbing hands, the hot, ragged breathing of two people running on adrenaline. I was bigger. I knew that. 40 pounds at least, and I tried to use it, drove forward, tried to pin them against the opposite wall. They didn't let me. A hand found my vest, the left lapel, two fists closing around the nylon, and before I could brace, the weight behind it shifted and I was moving. Not stumbling. Flying. My heels left the floor for one stomach-dropping instant. Then my back hit the drywall. The impact drove every cubic inch of air from my lungs in a single catastrophic instant. I heard myself make a sound I had never made before. Not a grunt, not a shout. Something smaller and more humiliating than either. I tried to get up. One knee down, one hand splayed against the hardwood, the mag light somewhere beside me. I couldn't breathe. That was my only reality for 3 full seconds. Not the pain in my back, not the ringing in my elbow, not the figure somewhere in the dark above me. The total drowning absence of air in my lungs and the specific nauseating panic of a body that had forgotten how to fix it. I pressed my palm flat against the floor and pushed. Got 1 foot under me. My diaphragm unlocked with a convulsive gasp that tasted like dust and hot air and something sharper underneath. I sucked in a full breath. It sounded like moments ago when I had Valerie's fabric over my face. I kicked that thought to the curb. My vision went briefly gray at the edges and then steadied. I was on my knees in the hallway of a house I had broken into. I had just been thrown against a wall by a person I couldn't see. The cold fact of it cut straight through the adrenaline. This was not a random opportunist, not a stumbling amateur working fast in the dark. This person knew their way around the house, like they had been inside it long enough to map its dimensions by feel, or at least been here before, to know the width of the hallway and the give of the floor and exactly how much space they had to work with. My hand found the mag light. I didn't think about it. My fingers closed around the barrel, brought it up and jammed my thumb down on the switch. The beam detonated in the dark. Blinding. Absolute. A wall of white light swallowed the hallway whole and hit whatever was in front of me like a physical force. I aimed it directly at my attacker. Chapter 9. The beam hit her full in the face. She flinched. Both hands came up instinctively. She turned away from the light, and I had half a second of pure, disorienting confusion before my brain caught up with what my eyes were already telling it. I knew her. That was the first thought. Not who she was. The raw, unprocessed fact of recognition. The jawline. The hair. The way she held her shoulders, which I had cataloged without meaning to over the years. Block parties, driveway conversations. The kind of proximity that came from living 40 feet apart for a decade. And then the second thought arrived and rearranged everything. The person I saw through the scope less than half an hour ago. Her shirt stained black in the low light. Her hands coated in blood. Erin. Erin Evans. Mark's wife. I stared at her. She stared back into the beam, squinted against the light, one arm still raised against the glare. Her chest heaved. Her hair was loose, pieces of it stuck to the side of her face, damp with sweat. Her blouse was misbuttoned, 2 full holes off. The fabric pulled wrong across her collarbone, the left side riding higher than the right. Her feet, were bare, no shoes, no socks, the soles dark with grime. I processed that. Then I processed her hands. She lowered her arms slowly as her eyes adjusted to the beam. I kept the light on her face and let it drop by degrees, tracking down. Her forearms first, bare, pale in the harsh LED light, then her hands. My stomach turned. The skin was wrong. Not dirty. Not bruised. Wrong in a way that took my brain a full second to classify because it was trying to fit what it saw into a category that made sense. The only category available was the one I didn't want to use. Pink. A diluted, sickly, uneven pink. The color of something dark that had been scrubbed at without coming fully clean. The color of water running red and then running pale and then running clear, but leaving a trace behind in the creases of the knuckles, in the lines of the palms, in the skin beneath the fingernails where no amount of soap reached. She had been washing blood off her hands. For how long? The tap had been running when I heard it. It had cut off the moment my foot hit that board on the stairs, which meant she had been standing at that sink in the dark, in a house she had no business being in, scrubbing at her hands in the pitch black long enough that the water had run warm and gone cold again. The patrol felt very far away. The laminated ID card in my breast pocket felt very far away. Every newsletter I'd written, every incident report, every late-night loop around the cul-de-sac, they felt like they belonged to someone else. A different life. A neighborhood that no longer existed. I was crouching on the floor of Valerie's hallway. I had broken in with a stolen key, and the woman standing 6 feet in front of me had blood on her hands that she could not entirely wash off. Erin's eyes found mine above the beam. She stopped squinting. Her breathing slowed, not calm. Controlled. There was a difference. She wasn't coming down from the adrenaline. She was managing it, redirecting it. The way you do when you need to think clearly and your body is trying to stop you. I recognized the discipline because I had tried to use it myself 20 minutes ago on a staircase, telling myself I was prepared, telling myself I was in control. I'd been wrong. I kept the beam on her and began to lower it. Her torso, her waist, her hands again. Those ruined, half-clean hands hanging at her sides. And then lower. Her right hand wasn't empty. I followed the line of her fingers down to what they held, and the last functioning piece of my self-mythology quietly came apart. She wasn't cowering. She was gripping a bloody steel hammer. Chapter 10. I told my legs to move. They didn't. I was still half-crouched, the mag light held up in front of me like a torch or a weapon or some desperate combination of both. The beam stayed locked on her face. Keep the light on the threat. That was the logic, and I held on to it because it was the only piece of logic I had left. Erin didn't lunge. She stood exactly where she was, 6 feet away, the bloody hammer at her side, her chest heaving. My brain kept trying to load the correct response and kept failing. I had a template for looters. I had a template for teenagers trespassing. I had a template for almost every scenario I had imagined over 30 years of preparation. I did not have a template for Mark's wife standing in Valerie's hallway with blood drying in the creases of her knuckles. The laminated ID card in my breast pocket felt like a joke. Every assumption I had carried with me onto this street tonight collapsed completely. I didn't know anything. I had never known anything. My hand was trembling. The beam shook. I waited for her to run. When she didn't run, I waited for whatever came next. Erin's eyes moved. Up from the beam. Past it. To my face. She looked at me. Really looked. The way you look when you finally see something instead of just registering its presence. Something in her expression shifted. She recognized me. Her face changed in stages. The fear went out of her eyes, replaced by something I had no clean word for. The particular quality of a mind that had just solved a problem it hadn't known how to solve 30 seconds ago. She'd recognized me, and the recognition had not frightened her. The math arrived uninvited. I was in this house illegally. I had entered with a stolen key. If she walked out of this house and told a single person she had found Arthur Pruitt inside Valerie's home in the dark, everything I had built over 30 years evaporated. Gone. She knew that. I could see her knowing it in the way her eyes steadied. Her breathing slowed. She wasn't calculating whether to attack me. She was calculating what I was worth to her. What a neighborhood watch captain with no alibi and no explanation could do for her. The answer, apparently, was quite a lot. I stood in the dark hallway and looked at the woman who had just quietly, completely, without making a single threat, taken everything I had ever held over this neighborhood and turned it into a leash. Erin stepped forward. The gap between us closed to 3 feet. The hammer hung loose at her side. She tilted her face slightly away from the beam. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Arthur, thank God. You have to help me hide." Chapter 11. Erin squinted, shifted her head side to side. "Please, you have to help me hide." Her voice shook. I lowered the flashlight. Not all the way, just enough. She collapsed against the wall. Her knees buckled first, then her back hit the plaster and she slid down slow, landing hard on the floor. Her whole body shook. Not a performance, real tremors, the kind the body produces on its own without permission. I let her shake. I watched. Then I asked what happened. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. She tried again. The words arrived in pieces, wet and broken, the way words do when the mind is still catching up to the body. I stopped listening. Not to be cruel, to observe. The flashlight swept her once. Casual. Clinical. The blouse still misbuttoned, the soles of her feet dark with grime from the basement floor. She threw her clothes on in the dark. She threw them on fast. I knew exactly why. The knowledge didn't arrive as a surprise. I had known about her and Greg for 4 months. The lingering looks at block parties, the way his car sat just a fraction too close to her property line on Tuesday afternoons when Mark was at the clinic. I saw everything. The misbuttoned blouse simply confirmed what they were doing tonight before the lights went out. I kept my face empty. She was still talking. The story arrived in fragments. Basement. Greg. She said they were talking. Just talking. She used that word twice. I counted. Then Linda. Linda on the stairs, holding a cell phone, already screaming. Accusations, names, specifics. Linda came down holding a cell phone. That detail snagged. I held it, turned it over. A phone. Active. Something she read that sent her down those stairs. I pulled the earlier hour back into focus, before the blackout. My own living room window. The spotting scope not yet deployed. Just my eyes and the ambient light of Evelyn's dinner party across the cul-de-sac. Evelyn stepping through her front door. Alone. She thought no one was watching. They never do. The cheap phone, not her regular phone, smaller, darker. She pulled it from her pants pocket as if it were ordinary. Typed fast, tucked it away, faster. I remembered thinking it was curious. Now I knew what it was. The math was not complicated. Evelyn sent a text. Linda received it. Linda read it, and whatever it said was enough to send her out her front door and into a neighbor's basement. And Greg killed her for it. Evelyn pulled the trigger. She just made Greg hold the gun. Something moved through my chest. Not warmth, not excitement. Quieter than that. More total. The sensation of a door swinging open onto a very large room. Power. Clean and absolute. Greg panicked, she said. He grabbed something from the workbench. A hammer. Heavy. She said it as if the weight mattered, as if the object's heaviness explained what he did with it. Blood, she said. Everywhere. Erin said she was scared. She grabbed the hammer to keep him back when he dropped to his knees beside Linda. Then she ran. She stopped talking. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth and stared at the floor between her knees. I said nothing. My brain had already moved on. Get up, I said. My voice came out level, not unkind, just final. She looked up. Her eyes were red, the whites gone pink around the edges. She searched my face for something. Sympathy, probably. Rescue. The particular kind of comfort that asks nothing in return. She wouldn't find it. Get up, I said again. She got up. I moved through the dark kitchen without the flashlight. I knew the layout. The pantry door was off the kitchen, set into the far wall. I opened it, shelves, dry goods. a smell of cedar and something faintly floral. In here. She hesitated. Lock it from the inside. Stay silent. Don't open it for anyone. Not anyone. She stepped past me. Her shoulder grazed my arm. She was cold. Colder than the room. The lock clicked. I stood still. The kitchen settled around me. Dark, quiet. The hum of nothing where the refrigerator used to be. I thought about Evelyn, her dinner party, her cheap burner phone and her manicured fingers typing out the sentence that ended Linda Patterson's life. She didn't know I saw. She didn't know anyone saw. But I did. I held the beginning of it all. Evelyn thought she was the most powerful woman on this street. She was wrong. She just didn't know it yet. Chapter 12. I didn't linger. I moved back through the kitchen, through the dark hallway. My hand did not reach for the flashlight. I didn't need it. I knew this house. The stairs were straight ahead. 12 steps. I climbed them without counting, without slowing, without the careful practiced silence I used on the way down. That version of me was finished. My footsteps landed full and deliberate on each riser. The way a man walks through a space he owns. Nothing down there could touch me now. The master bedroom door was where I left it. Open. The spotting scope still aimed at the window. Patient as a hunting dog, on point. I crossed the room and sat. Pressed my eye to the lens. The street resolved in an instant. The cul-de-sac spread out below me like a board game someone else thought they were playing. I swept the scope left. Evelyn's dining room window. The candlelight flickered inside. Guests sat around the mahogany table. Evelyn at the head, pouring wine, her smile perfectly fixed. The apex predator pretending she hadn't just slaughtered her neighbors. I pulled back from the scope. Slow. Unhurried. My phone was on the windowsill where I left it, and I picked it up and tapped the screen. 8:46 p.m. Exactly 46 minutes since the lights went out, and Evelyn still thought she was the one pulling the strings. I unlocked it and navigated to the photo roll. There was the image I'd captured. Now that I knew it was her, I could see the resemblance. Erin. Captured through the scope 40 minutes ago in the gap between houses. The blood on her blouse showed dark. It was a remarkable photograph. Evelyn believed she was the architect tonight. She was only the fuse. I opened a new message. The cell towers were flat, but Valerie's battery-backed router was still alive. Faint signal. But text over Wi-Fi calling required almost nothing. I typed her real number into the field, the one I had memorized from the HOA directory. Attached the photograph of Erin's blood. I typed the caption. I know about the burner phone. I know your text caused this. Send David outside to check the security panel. Do it now, or I'll send him the picture. I hit send. 3 seconds. Delivered. I pressed my eye back to the scope. Down the street, Evelyn's dining room glowed in the dark. I watched the pale light of her phone on the table, a perfect rectangle, its edges marked by bleeding bright light. I watched her freeze. Good. I didn't want to just scare her. I wanted to move her. I wanted to pull the strings. Through the glass, I saw David turn to her. Words exchanged. The guests nodded. Moments later, she placed the phone on her lap. Evelyn stared at it for some time. Then she leaned toward David and spoke. David pushed his chair back, picked up his cell, and walked out the back door toward the side of the house. She had done it. She had obeyed me. A massive, intoxicating surge of power hit the back of my neck. I picked up the phone again and typed. Go to the front porch. Leave the phone on the table. Do it now. Send. I watched through the glass. 10 seconds later, Evelyn stood up, leaving her phone face down on the mahogany. She stepped out into the humid night air, standing alone on her dark porch. She was my puppet. I leaned back in the chair, ready to type the final instruction to bring her to Valerie's house. Then the street erupted. Not gradually, a full shout, and the heavy metallic screech of a garage door being forced open. I snapped forward, pressing my eye to the scope. The Pattersons' garage was wide open. Mark Evans had Greg pinned against the back of his Mercedes. In the spill of David's flashlight, I watched Mark raise a heavy iron wrench and bring it down on the trunk lock. Once, twice. The trunk lid tore open. A teenage girl was curled inside it, a zip tie around her wrists. She began to scream, pure, unfiltered terror that bounced off the house fronts. And then came the sirens, high and wavering from the main road. The police had arrived. The strobes hit the entrance of the cul-de-sac, red and blue light washing over the neighborhood in violent flashes. 2 cruisers slammed to a halt at the edge of the driveway. Officers spilled out, weapons drawn. Greg shoved Mark and lunged for the dark. The officers tackled Greg to the concrete before he made it 5 steps. Mark stood over them with the wrench. Through the scope, I saw a third officer move in fast, his sidearm drawn and aimed center mass at Mark. I watched Mark freeze. He raised his empty left hand, slowly opened his right, and let the heavy iron wrench drop to the asphalt. Mark sank to his knees, his hands in the air. Underneath the officers, Greg was thrashing on the ground, his face pressed to the pavement, screaming up at Mark. I couldn't hear the words through the glass, but the absolute desperation in his posture was obvious. He was breaking. I swept the scope back to Evelyn, and she was standing at the edge of the crime scene just outside the red and blue strobes. She stood there for a moment, processing the lighting, the shadows, and the chaos erupting around her. Whatever Greg was shouting from the pavement seemed to land on her like a physical weight. She didn't panic. She wasn't looking at the police. She turned slowly on the manicured grass. She looked past the cruisers, past her own home, directly down the dark street, toward my window. A cold spike of adrenaline hit the base of my spine. She didn't alert the officers standing 20 feet away. She didn't point. Evelyn stepped backward into the deep shadows at the edge of the property line, away from the distracted police, and vanished. Just like that, swallowed completely by the dark. I let out a slow, ragged breath, a laugh caught in the back of my throat. She was running. The apex predator of Oak Ridge Court was finally running. I leaned forward and pressed my eye tight against the cold rubber of the spotting scope, eagerly sweeping the lens across the pitch-black lawns and dead driveways, hunting the dark to watch my puppet flee. Where was she going? The end.
The Hostess. Book 4 of The Blackout. Written by Ion Esami. Narrated by Ava Vale. Copyright 2026 by Ion Esami. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. The silk clung to my spine like liquid plaster, thin and exact. The dining room was a furnace. 8 candles threw useless, golden light across the faces of my guests. Renee kept fanning herself with a cocktail napkin. Her husband, Tom, had already untucked his shirt. Across from them, Janet and Paul wore the tight, polite grimaces of people who were furious, but too well-bred to say so. Good. Suffer. I shifted in my chair, pressed my fingertips flat against the mahogany tabletop, smiled at something David said. I didn't hear a word of it. The Pellegrino is still cold, at least. I lifted the bottle, offered it around the table. Nobody wanted sparkling water. They wanted the air conditioning back. The evening they had dressed for. I gave them none of it. Candlelight and a hostess smile, and my eyes on the dark window. Mark and Aaron's house sat across the cul-de-sac like a black monolith. Not a single light. Not a single silhouette moved past a window. I'd been watching that house for 40 minutes. The power had been dead for 40 minutes. In all that time, the neighborhood had remained perfectly, suffocatingly still. Screaming should have started by now. Linda should have come apart at the seams. Car doors should have been slamming. But no voices pitched high and ragged carried over the fence lines, despite the 3 weeks I took to compose the text. 3 weeks choosing every word, the right detail, the right timestamp. She's with him right now. Check the basement. I sent it at 7:50 p.m., 10 minutes before the lights went out. Linda had read it. The 2 small check marks turned blue. I watched them turn blue. So where was the explosion? Evelyn. David's hand found my arm. His touch was gentle, oblivious. Did you hear Janet? She's asking about the Andersons' place in Tuscany. I turned back to the table. Divine, I said. Absolutely divine. Janet lit up. Launched into something about a vineyard and a private chef. I made the right noises at the right intervals. My eyes drifted back to the window without my permission. Nothing moved. Every house a sealed black box. She should have gone by now. Linda was not a patient woman. That was one of the reasons I had chosen her. I knew exactly how she would react. I had watched her at block parties for 6 years, watched her track Greg's eyes across a room, watched her jaw tighten whenever Aaron laughed too loudly at one of his jokes. Linda was a coiled spring. One precise nudge was all it required. I had given her the nudge. Tom topped up his own wine. Bad manners. I let it go. David started in on some story about the club's new golf pro. Renee laughed on cue. The candles threw their shadows up the walls, and I stared at that dark house. I thought about Linda reading those words in the blue glow of her phone screen. She's with him right now. Check the basement. I had imagined the moment so many times. The sick lurch in her stomach. The way her face would go very still before it went very ugly. The moment a suspicion she had quietly carried for months became an undeniable fact sitting in the palm of her hand. I had really given her a gift. The gift of certainty. So why was it so quiet? A woman like Linda didn't read a text like that and sit quietly in the dark. She detonated. She confronted. She made everyone in a half-mile radius fully aware of her feelings at maximum volume. That was Linda. Loud and righteous, and absolutely unable to let a wound go unattended. The silence had no explanation. My smile stayed in place. My spine stayed straight. But something cold moved through me. Low. Slow. Through my chest. This isn't right. More wine? I reached for the bottle without waiting for an answer. Tom pushed his glass forward. I poured. My hand was perfectly steady. Years of practice had built a wall between what I felt and what I showed. The wall was reliable. It had never failed me at a dinner table. But my eyes went back to that window. The dark house. Perfectly still. An hour ago, I had sat in this same chair feeling the quiet thrill of a plan finally in motion. The satisfaction of a woman who has pulled exactly the right thread at exactly the right moment. That woman felt very far away now. Janet said something that made Paul groan and wave his hand. The table laughed. I laughed with them. My timing was perfect. It always was. But the cold feeling spread. It moved up through my chest, settled at the base of my throat. Where is she? The candles guttered in a draft from somewhere. The shadows lurched across the walls. For just a moment, the whole room tilted. Wrong. Like something fundamental had shifted while I was busy performing. I set the bottle down. I smoothed the front of my silk blouse. I pressed my smile back into place and looked at my guests. 4 people with no idea what I had set in motion tonight. Eating, drinking, talking about Tuscany. While outside, in the hot, suffocating dark, my plan sat in complete, unreadable silence. I stared at the black window. The neighborhood was dead silent. Too silent. Something was wrong. Chapter 2. David pushed his chair back. The scrape of wood on tile cut right through Janet's story about the vineyard. Everyone looked at him. He had that look on his face, that broad, capable, I'll handle this look that I had married and slowly grown to resent over 14 years. All right. He placed both palms on the table. This is getting ridiculous. Tom straightened, grateful. A man rescued from the performance of pretending he wasn't miserable. I'm pretty sure we have heavy-duty camping lanterns somewhere, David said. He looked at me. The big ones, battery-powered. Didn't we put them in your office? Top desk drawer? The bottom dropped out of my stomach. Not the top drawer. The false bottom of the second drawer. But David didn't know about the false bottom. He didn't know about the second drawer. He didn't know about the cheap, prepaid phone sitting inside it. or the thread of messages on that phone, or the text I had sent to Linda at 7:50 p.m. He didn't know about any of it. And as long as he went to the top drawer, found the lanterns, and came straight back down, he never would. "I think you're right," I said. My voice came out perfectly level. A small miracle. "Top left, under the spare chargers." He nodded, satisfied, already moving toward the hallway. Renee pressed her hands together. "Oh, thank God. I feel like I'm melting." "You look gorgeous," I told her. "Automatic, effortless." She laughed. Paul refilled his own glass. Tom was already leaning back in his chair, the tension bleeding out of his shoulders at the mere promise of light. David disappeared into the dark hallway. His footsteps went toward the stairs. Even, unhurried. The footsteps of a man who had absolutely no idea he was walking toward the one object in this house that could detonate my entire life. I picked up my wine glass, set it back down without drinking. "Top drawer." He said top drawer. He'll find the lanterns and come straight back. But David was thorough. That was his nature. He was the man who read every clause of every contract, who reorganized the garage every spring, who color-coded the circuit breaker panel because he felt the labels that came with the house weren't precise enough. If the lanterns weren't immediately obvious, he wouldn't stop at the top drawer. He would keep looking. He would pull open the second drawer, feel around in the dark. His fingers would find the slight gap at the edges of the false bottom, the one I installed myself in 20 minutes with a YouTube tutorial, feeling ridiculous and necessary in equal measure. He would lift it, and everything underneath it would end us. Janet said something. I responded. I had no idea what either of us said. My heart was a fist slamming against the inside of my chest. Hard, insistent, furious. Stay calm, stay at the table. He'll find them and come back. Renee was fanning herself again. Tom checked his watch. Paul swirled his wine and studied it with the reverence of a man with nothing useful to contribute. I counted David's footsteps, heard him reach the landing, crossed the upstairs hallway, the soft sound of the office door swinging open. Silence. Then the distant, unmistakable sound of a desk drawer rolling open. My fingers found the edge of the tablecloth. I pressed down, hard, grounded myself in the texture of the linen because my body wanted to stand up and run. And I could not stand up and run. Janet laughed at something Paul said. The candle flames swayed. Another drawer. No. The sound was faint, muffled by the ceiling and the heat. And the thick walls of this house I had spent years making perfect. But I knew the acoustics of every room. I had lived in this house for 11 years. I knew exactly which drawer that sound belonged to. The second one. I was on my feet before I decided to move. "Excuse me." The smile hit my face half a second late, forced and bright and a fraction too tight. I should help him look. You know how men are with drawers. Renee laughed. Tom made a noise of theatrical offense. Paul raised his glass in a mock toast. I walked out of the dining room. The hallway swallowed me. The candlelight died behind me. Pure black. I put one hand on the wall and moved fast. The back stairs were 10 feet away. I found them, grabbed the banister, started to climb. And the second I was certain no one could see me, I ran. I ran up those stairs in the pitch black, one hand dragging along the wall, my heels not making contact with the carpet runner, my silk blouse plastered to my back, my heart hammering so hard I felt it in my teeth. He was in that office right now. He was in the dark, looking for lanterns, one thin sheet of plywood away from finding out exactly who his wife really was. Chapter 3. The hallway was an oven. No windows open up here. No cross breeze. The heat had nowhere to go, so it just sat, dense and stale and pressed flat against the ceiling like something alive. I felt it on my face the moment I hit the landing. I saw the light too. A thin, white line of it. bleeding out from under the office door, moving, sweeping back and forth across the carpet gap in slow, searching arcs. He was still looking. I crossed the landing in 4 steps, reached the door, pressed my palm flat against the wood for exactly 1 second, long enough to breathe, long enough to build the performance from the ground up. Then I pushed it open. David stood behind my desk, phone flashlight in hand, second drawer already open. My heart stopped. He hadn't found the false bottom yet. I could see that immediately. The beam was aimed at the back of the drawer, sweeping over the jumble of spare chargers, rubber bands, and the dead wireless mouse I kept meaning to throw away. He was being methodical, working front to back. He had maybe 10 seconds before his fingers found the slight ridge at the drawer's base. There you are. I made my voice soft, slightly breathless. Not from running, never from running, but from concern, from being a woman who had come upstairs to help. David looked up. The flashlight beam swung toward me, and I squinted against it. "Found the chargers," he said. "No lanterns yet." "They might be in the closet." I stepped fully into the doorway, leaned my shoulder against the frame, crossed my arms loosely over my chest in a way that said exhausted, not blocking. "I'm so sorry about all this, by the way. The timing is just—" I let my voice catch. "Not much, just a fraction, just enough." David's attention shifted. A compass needle swinging toward a magnet. 14 years of marriage had given me an encyclopedic knowledge of his emotional pressure points. He was a fixer, a provider, a man who needed to feel needed. So I needed him. "It's fine," he said, on reflex. "It's just a blackout." "I know." I pressed my fingers to my temple. "It's just, the food is ruined, the wine is getting warm, and Janet keeps making that face." "What face?" "You know the face." He made a short, knowing sound. Set the flashlight down on the desk, beam pointing at the ceiling. The room filled with diffuse pale light. I kept my eyes off the open drawer with the effort of someone trying not to look at a wound. "Go back down," I said. "Please, keep Tom from drinking everything before Paul gets a chance. I'll find the lanterns and bring them down." "I don't mind looking." "David." I softened it, tilted my head, let the faintest trace of genuine pleading into my voice, the one real thing I would allow myself in this entire performance. "I need you down there. I can't run the table alone in the dark. You're better at this than I am." That last part was a lie so complete it almost made me laugh. But it was the right lie. I watched it land, watched his shoulders drop a half inch, watched the fixer in him recalibrate. The desk could wait. His wife needed him. The guests needed him. The situation needed him. David picked up his phone. "Okay." He pointed the flashlight beam at the floor between us. "Don't be long. Renee is starting to spiral." 2 minutes, I promise." He walked toward me. I stepped aside, made room in the doorway, let him pass close enough that his arm brushed mine. He smelled like the cologne I had chosen for him. He always smelled like the cologne I had chosen for him. He paused, just briefly, turned toward me in the dark. He pressed his lips to my forehead. Warm, unhurried. The kiss of a man who had no idea. A man who trusted the woman in front of him completely and without reservation. And with an openness I had spent years quietly exploiting. "Thank you." David's voice was a whisper. For what? I wasn't sure. For hosting? For managing? For being the woman he believed I was? He turned. His footsteps moved down the hall, found the top of the stairs, began to descend. I stood in the office doorway and listened to him go. The second drawer sat open behind me. The false bottom sat undisturbed inside it. The burner phone sat beneath the false bottom, silent and patient, holding every terrible thing I had ever written. He had been 8 seconds away. Maybe less. I waited until his footsteps were midway down the stairs for my calculation. Then I stepped back into the dark office, closed the door behind me, and locked it. Chapter 4. The lock clicked. One turn. Clean. Final. The sound was small. The consequence wasn't. David was on the stairs on his way down to join our guests below. The rest of the house existed on the other side of that door, and now I had cut myself off from all of it. Good. Darkness pressed from every direction. The office air was thick, sweat-soaked, a physical weight against my skin. My knees hit the floor. The desk was 2 feet in front of me. I found the base with both hands, felt along the drawer runner, located the seam cut into the false bottom 4 years ago. My fingers went in. Dry wood. Dust. The cool edge of the phone. I pulled it free. The screen ignited. White. Violent. Aggressive in the absolute dark. It killed my night vision instantly. The message thread was already open. 7:50 p.m. My text sat there at the top. 12 words I had constructed with precision and sent without hesitation. Greg is sleeping with Aaron. Check the basement. The words looked different now. Smaller. Meaner. More clinical than I remembered. My thumb moved to the trash icon. Tap. Delete. The screen went blank. Wiped. The evidence was gone. I let out a breath. That was very sloppy of me. But never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined David would be looking for lanterns. But the silence of the neighborhood pressed against the window. Linda hadn't screamed. Greg hadn't shouted. The explosive reaction I had engineered simply hadn't happened. Something had gone terribly wrong. What? I pushed myself up from the floor, my bare feet silent on the rug, and moved to the window. I pulled the heavy Belgian linen curtain back exactly 1 inch. The cul-de-sac was dead. No streetlights, no porch lights. The blackout had taken everything. Mark and Aaron's house sat across the street like a sealed black box. But as I looked out, a cold prickle of awareness started at the base of my neck. Valerie's house sat at the end of the street. The roofline broke against a slightly lighter sky. The windows were black rectangles. Dark. All of it dark. But it sat at the perfect angle. A high, unobstructed view of my driveway, Mark's driveway, Greg's driveway. If anyone was sitting in that second-floor window, they would have seen me slip out to the patio. They would have seen me typing on this cheap plastic phone. I let the curtain fall. The dark was making me paranoid. Valerie was in Chicago. The street was empty. Back at the desk, I dropped to my knees. I wiped the burner screen with my thumb until it went black in my hand. Then slid it under the false bottom and closed the drawer. Chapter 5. The office collapsed back into total darkness around me. No fade, no warning, just gone. My eyes found nothing. Not the desk, not the door, not my own hand 6 inches from my face. Nothing. The carpet was still under my palms. I pressed into it, found the desk edge with my right hand. My legs didn't cooperate. The first attempt got me nowhere. My knees shook against the floor. The second attempt got me upright, one hand still gripping the desk lip. Standing. Technically, the heat hit harder from up here. It sat at ceiling level, thick and stale, trapped by 4 walls, a locked door, and 14 years of careful construction. I couldn't breathe through my nose. I inhaled and exhaled through my mouth instead. Slow. Quiet. Inaudible from the hallway. That mattered. I stood still. Listened. The hallway outside the door gave nothing back. Muffled voices from below. The faint scrape of a chair on hardwood. Someone laughed at something. The party continued in the dark like a living thing, unaware of what sat afloor above it. The silence of the street pressed at the window behind me. I didn't turn around. I already knew what was out there. Nothing. Dead, dark. The blackout had taken everything. Linda still hadn't screamed. Greg still hadn't shouted. The explosive reaction I had engineered simply hadn't happened. The night had stepped off script. The thought arrived flat, clinical, the way a diagnosis arrives before the fear does. I kicked off my heels, stood in my bare feet on the rug. The footsteps hit the top of the stairs. Heavy, unhurried, confident in the way David's footsteps always were. The footsteps of a man with no reason to move quietly in his own house. My whole body went still. The footsteps came down the hall. 4 steps. 5. They stopped outside the office door. The knock came hard. 3 strikes against the wood. His fist, not his knuckle. The sound filled the room. Evelyn. His voice through the door was muffled but clear. Even. Entirely ordinary. Did you find the lanterns? The domestic normalcy of it stopped my lungs. He had no idea. He stood 2 inches of wood away from me, and he had no idea his wife had knelt on this floor 20 minutes ago with a burner phone. No idea she had sent 12 words at 7:50 p.m. No idea why the neighborhood was so quiet when it should have been screaming. Almost, I said. My voice came out level. A small miracle. Take your time. A pause. Renee found some candles in the kitchen. Just checking. His footsteps moved back. Toward the stairs. Down them. One by one until the sound disappeared into the noise below. The dark sealed around me again. Chapter 6. I crossed to the door. My hand found the lock in the dark without searching. Muscle memory from 3 years of using this room. 1 turn left. The mechanism released with a click that sounded in the silence like a gunshot. I stopped. Listened. The hallway gave nothing back. The voices below continued. Someone said something about the wine. Someone else laughed. I opened the door. The hallway air hit me first. Marginally cooler than the office. Not cool, just different. The difference between a closed fist and an open one. I stepped out. The carpet runner was soft under my feet. I found the wall with my left hand and kept it there. A guide, an anchor, something solid while everything else moved. The top of the stairs appeared slightly lighter in the darkness. The candlelight from below reached this far, barely. It painted the uppermost step in faint amber. I moved toward it. First step. The wood held silent. David had fixed the creak on this one 2 summers ago. I had asked him 3 times before he did it. Second step. The amber deepened, the voices sharpened. Third step. The heat climbed. It rose from the dining room in slow waves. David and our guests, 4 candles, no air conditioning, and all that warm wine breath pushed upward through the open stairwell like something with intention. Fourth step. Renee's voice separated from the noise. Honestly, if it goes much longer, I'm driving home before it's too dark to... Fifth step. Tom's voice cut across hers. It'll flip back on. These things always flip back on. Sixth. The dining room materialized in pieces. The edge of the mahogany table. The back of Paul's chair. The long, amber shadows thrown by the tapers across the wallpaper I had chosen in February. Hand-blocked. Imported. $2,000 for a dining room nobody appreciated. Seventh step. My face was still wrong. The muscles around my mouth sat slack. Neutral. The kind of neutral that read in candlelight as stricken, as guilty, as a woman who had just spent minutes alone in a locked room doing something she couldn't explain. I fixed it on the 8th step. Not a smile, not yet. Something softer first. Tired. Apologetic. The expression of a hostess undone by a blackout beyond her control. I let my shoulders drop a half inch. Let my chin come down slightly. Let my eyes go soft around the edges. By the 9th step, I was someone else entirely. The dining room took me in. 4 taper candles ran down the center of the table. White, tapered to thin points. The flames moved in the draft from the stairwell as I descended. Long shadows swung across the ceiling, across Paul's face, across the half-empty glasses and the plates of food that had gone from perfect to merely acceptable in the time I was upstairs. David looked up. His smile came fast, reflexive, relieved. The smile of a man who had been managing something in my absence and was glad to stop. "There she is," he said. The table turned. Smiling faces, candlelit, warm and slightly damp from the humidity, all looking at me with expressions somewhere between sympathy and expectation. I descended the final step. "I am so sorry," I said. The words came out smooth, practiced without ever having been practiced. "The lanterns are somewhere in the back of the hall closet, behind everything. I'll find them after—" "Evelyn!" Renee's voice. Sharp, not unkind, just Renee. "Sit down, you're making me anxious." Light laughter around the table. I sat. The chair was solid under me. The familiar weight of the mahogany, the familiar scratch of the linen cushion against the backs of my thighs. My chair, my table, my room. My hands reached for the wine bottle without being told. The Pinot was warm through the glass, room temperature. In this heat, meant something closer to blood temperature. I poured anyway. A full glass, more than I would normally allow myself in front of guests. The wine reached my lips. My face stayed open, interested, present. Janet was talking about her sister's kitchen renovation. Tom was talking over her about the power company. Renee fanned herself with a cloth napkin and made the face David and I had privately named the Renee Grimace for 11 years. Normal. All of it absolutely normal. The nausea arrived without escalation. No warning, no build. It simply appeared, fully formed at the base of my sternum. A cold pressure, specific and anatomical. The kind of nausea that had nothing to do with food. My smile didn't move. I built that over decades. It did not respond to internal weather, load-bearing and invisible. David caught my eye from the other end of the table. He raised his glass slightly. A small gesture, private, the shorthand of a long marriage. "You okay?" I raised mine back. The shorthand of a longer lie, perfectly fine. The iPhone sat on the mahogany to the right of my glass, face down where I had left it before dinner. Before the blackout. Before 7:50 p.m. and 12 words I'd texted to Linda. The screen detonated. White, sudden, violent in the low candlelight. The glow bled from the sides and spread across the mahogany in a perfect rectangle. It lit the underside of my wineglass from below. Not the burner. My phone. My real number. The one registered to my name. The one David had. The one my mother had. The one attached to my identity in every database that mattered. The screen blazed and waited. My hand didn't move. Janet was still talking about the kitchen. Tom was still talking about the power company. The candle nearest to me guttered in some invisible draft and threw my shadow long across the wall. The screen kept blazing. I didn't move. The table continued. Janet, Tom, the candles. Everything exactly as it should be. I contemplated. Chapter 7. David's voice stopped mid-sentence. The pause lasted less than a second. The shift in his attention arrived the way a draft did. Barely there, then present. Not dramatic, just present. His eyes dropped to the phone. "You should check that. Might be the power company." The table murmured. General agreement, nodding in the candlelight. My smile stayed exactly where it was. "You're probably right." My right hand moved to the phone, unhurried. The gesture of a woman mildly inconvenienced, not a woman whose heart had stopped 2 seconds ago when that screen lit up. My fingers closed around the frame. The phone came off the table in one motion. Not up, across. I drew it toward my lap below the table edge, below the mahogany lip, below the sightline of every person seated around me. My left hand came down to meet it. A natural shift. A woman settling the phone in both hands the way anyone does when they read at a table. The screen faced my stomach. The glow disappeared from the room. Gone from the mahogany. Gone from the underside of the wine glass. The candlelight reasserted itself, warm and uniform, and the table resumed its noise. Janet picked up her sentence. Something about marble countertops. Tom's voice followed. The phone sat in my lap. The face recognition fired. A single pulse of the front camera, invisible to everyone. The lock screen dissolved. One message. Unknown number. A photograph loaded first. Grainy. Dark. Taken from a high angle. A figure crossing the dark lawns between the houses in a stumbling, erratic line. The shirt was wrong. The fabric across the chest and collarbone stained black in the low light. The hands coated in it. Blood. Whoever this was, they were covered in blood. My thumb moved to zoom. The image degraded, grainy, unstable. The face caught between shadow and the faint smear of moonlight, enough to read the jawline, the hair, the particular way the shoulders carried themselves. Aaron. A cold shot through me despite the heat and the blackout. My text had sent Linda to that basement. Greg and Aaron had been down there. And now Aaron was crossing the lawn at 8:12 p.m., covered in blood. It only meant one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong. Something I could not undo. A text bubble sat directly beneath the image. I know about the burner phone. I know your text caused this. Send David outside to check the security panel. Do it now or I send him the picture. The air left. Not fast. Not in a gasp. It left the way water drains. Completely. From the bottom up. Until there was nothing left to breathe with. My diaphragm sat still. My face did not move. The smile held. The posture held. My left hand rested on the table beside my wine glass in a position I had not consciously chosen and could not now consciously change. I read it again. What had happened? Send David outside to check the security panel. The photograph, the blood, the high angle of the shot. I hadn't been so far off about Valerie's house. The angle of the photograph, the steep downward geometry of it. Someone had been up there. High enough for that shot, watching long enough to photograph Aaron crossing the lawn, to know about the burner, to know what my 12 words had started. Not a neighbor who happened to look out a window, someone who had been watching all of it. They didn't just see me, they saw the aftermath. They knew I pulled the trigger. A chain. This was not impulsive. Whoever sent this had the photograph ready, had my number. Had been watching long enough to know David would go to a security panel without questioning it if I asked. This was prepared. My thumb moved to the home button, locked the screen. The glow died in my lap. Everything okay? David from the far end of the table. The table quieted by half. Faces turned. It's nothing. The words arrived before I chose them. Practiced and autonomous. Automated alert from the security system. The backup battery tripped. Murmurs. Nodding. Renee said something about her own system doing the same thing last winter. The table moved on. My thumb pressed the home button again. The screen opened. The message sat where I had left it. The security panel was on the exterior east wall of the house. David knew where it was. He had checked it twice before in past blackouts. He would not question the request. He would pick up a flashlight, push back from the table, and walk outside without a second thought. This person knew that. They knew our house well enough to send David to a specific panel on a specific wall, not just outside, to the security panel. Specific. Particular. The kind of specific that required proximity. Or research. Or both. Why? My lungs started again. shallow, controlled. The phone screen dimmed in my lap. I tapped it back on. The message waited. Patient and absolute. An ultimatum with a deadline it hadn't bothered to specify, which was worse than any countdown. A countdown could be calculated. This had no edges. Do it now. Now was already moving. Every second I sat still was a second this individual spent deciding whether now had expired. My eyes came up. The table spread before me. David, our guests in the candlelight. Warm faces, half-empty glasses. The specific, oblivious comfort of people who believe the worst thing happening tonight was a blackout. David sat at the far end. His jacket was off. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow. He was in the middle of a story about something. His hands moved. His voice carried. 14 years. He had no idea. The phone sat on my lap. The message sat inside it. My mouth opened. David. My voice came out at the right volume, the right register. Not loud enough to alarm, not soft enough to go unheard. He looked up. Could you check the security panel? The exterior one. A pause, calibrated. It's throwing alerts. The cellular backup might need a manual reset. He looked at me for 1 second. Just one. Then he pushed his chair back. Sure. Tom, hold that thought. He picked up his phone and tapped on the flashlight. His footsteps crossed the dining room. The back door opened and closed. Gone. The table filled the silence immediately. Tom resumed his story. He didn't hold the thought. Janet topped up her glass. The candles burned. I set the phone face down on the table. This person didn't just want me to suffer. They wanted me to clear the board. Chapter 8. The phone buzzed against the mahogany. One pulse. Hard. The screen flared white, and the vibration rattled the base of my wine glass. The table noticed. Not dramatically. A glance from Renee. A pause from Tom. The small collective attention of people who had been watching me check my phone once already. I scooped it up. Back to my lap like the last time. Facial recognition fired. It turned on. The message was short. 4 lines. Brutal in the way that only instructions can be brutal. No explanation, no context, no negotiation. Go to the front porch. Leave the phone on the table. Do it now. The dining room continued around me. Janet's voice. The candle nearest the centerpiece throwing its light against the ceiling in slow oscillations. The warm, close smell of several people and cooling food in an unventilated room. The phone sat in my hand. 2 messages now. Each one specific. Each one stripping something away. First David, now the phone itself. A chain. Each link deliberate. Whoever this was understood exactly how it worked. What to demand first. What to take second. This was architecture. Leave it. That was the instruction. Leave the only line of communication I had. Leave it face down on the mahogany with the guests and the candles, and walk out of this room with nothing. No camera, no message thread, no record of what had been sent to me. Exposed. I set the phone on the table. Face down. Deliberate. Like a woman who had simply finished reading something unremarkable. My fingers left the frame without hesitation. The performance demanded no hesitation. The smile was the problem. For the first time tonight, the smile required active effort. The muscles beneath it labored. The specific effort of holding a particular arrangement of my face against the weight of what sat behind it. I pushed my chair back. The legs scraped against the hardwood. The sound was too loud during the brief conversational lull, and I let it stay that way. A woman standing up from dinner was allowed to make noise. I need a moment, I said. The heat. Renee made a sympathetic sound. Go. We're fine. Tom raised his glass in acknowledgement. David was already outside. The table was already managed. I walked out of the dining room. The foyer took me immediately. The candlelight from the dining room reached only this far. 2 steps past the doorway, and the dark became total. The foyer was a different environment entirely. No bodies, no breath, no warmth from other people. Only the heat of the house itself, stored all day in the walls and the ceiling and the hardwood underfoot, radiating outward now with nowhere to go. My hand found the foyer table by memory. Fingers trailed its edge. The bowl where we kept the keys. The small lamp David had chosen and I'd never liked. The front door was 8 feet ahead. The proportions were familiar. The shape of the door in the dark was familiar. 14 years of leaving and returning through the same frame. I crossed to it. The deadbolt was engaged. My thumb found the turn mechanism. Cold brass. The only cold thing in the house. 1 rotation. The bolt disengaged with a sound like a bone separating. Clean. Final. The handle came down under my palm. The door swung inward. The outside dark opened up. The porch. The front steps. The cul-de-sac beyond, still and lightless. I stepped through. The heat was a wall. Not the trapped, stale heat of the sealed house. Something alive. The outdoor air sat at the same temperature, but it moved differently. It pressed against my face with a specific, humid weight. My lungs resisted it for 1 full second before they adjusted. The cicadas were everywhere. They were not background noise. They occupied the air completely. A solid, unbroken wall of sound from every tree on every property. The cul-de-sac was invisible in the dark, but the cicadas marked its edges. The tree line to the left, the hedgerows along the Pattersons' property, the old oak at the end near Valerie's driveway. All of it, singing, screaming. I moved to the porch railing. The wood was rough under my palms. The paint was peeling at the far edge, a maintenance item on a list I had not addressed. My fingers closed around it anyway. The east wall of the house was 20 feet to my right. The security panel sat flush against the siding, chest height. David knew exactly where it was. He would have gone straight to it. 5 seconds from the back door, flashlight up, panel open. The east wall was dark. No flashlight beam, no movement against the siding. No silhouette of a man with rolled sleeves crouching toward the box. The east wall was empty. My fingers tightened on the railing. He should be there. He had left the table 4 minutes ago. Maybe 5. The breaker panel was 30 seconds from the back door on a direct line. He should be there. Or he should be back inside. Or he should be visible somewhere on the property. The dark gave nothing. The cicadas filled it instead. Then the street erupted. Not gradually. Not a voice rising toward a shout. A full shout. Immediate, already at its apex. A man's voice at absolute volume. The kind that strips language down to pure force. A second voice answered it. 2 men, screaming. The sound came from the direction of the Pattersons' driveway. From the dark stretch of pavement between Greg's garage and Mark's front steps, it rolled across the cul-de-sac, hit the front of the house, and came back, distorted. Mark. Greg. The voices resolved into shapes I recognized. Not words yet, not sentences, just the specific register of 2 men in physical conflict. The breathless, ragged quality of voices pushed past their limits. My hands left the railing. The porch held me in place for 1 more second. I had sent David outside to check a security panel on the east wall of a house in a dark cul-de-sac. The watcher had known he would go. The watcher had designed it. Not to isolate me. The watcher didn't send David outside to isolate me. He sent him out to pull my husband into the blood. Chapter 9. My feet left the porch. The steps came fast. 1, 2, 3. The wood gave way to the front path. The front path gave way to the asphalt. The asphalt was wrong. Hot. Not warm. Hot. The day's heat still trapped in the blacktop radiated upward through the soles of my bare feet the moment they made contact. The sensation was specific and total. I ignored it completely. The screaming pulled me forward. Both voices. Still going, still at full volume, still carrying that breathless, ragged quality of men past the point of language. The sound came from Greg's driveway. 40 feet. 50. The dark swallowed the distance between us, and I ran into it anyway. The asphalt pushed back with every step. My feet found the seam between properties. The slight ridge where Greg's driveway met the street. My right foot caught it. My balance went sideways. One hand came down, grazed the asphalt, hot and rough and immediate. Up. Keep moving. A shape materialized out of the dark ahead. Tall. Still. Standing at the edge of Greg's property line with its back to me. David. The flashlight was in his right hand, aimed forward, the beam cutting across the driveway in a flat, white line. He didn't move. My shoulder hit his arm as I pushed past. He made a sound. Not a word. Just breath forced out by the contact. I cleared him. The flashlight beam swept with his turning body, and for 1 second it crossed my path and lit the asphalt beneath my feet in sharp relief. Wet. Dark. A smear across the concrete in an irregular line. Blood. Not fresh. Dried to a darker shade, interrupted by marks. The Mercedes was 10 feet ahead. Mark had Greg against the rear quarter panel. Both of them visible now inside the spill of David's flashlight. Mark's left forearm pressed across Greg's collarbone. Greg's hands were up, palms out, his head turned to the side. Mark's right hand held the wrench. Iron. Long-handled, the kind from a toolbox drawer, heavy enough to torque a lug nut, heavy enough to do something else entirely. The wrench came up. Mark's voice broke into words for the first time. Raw. Stripped down to pure desperation. Where is she? Where is Erin? Open it. The wrench came down on the trunk lock. The sound was not a crack, not a pop. It was a crunch. Metallic and dense and final. The kind of sound a joint makes when it separates under force. The lock mechanism took the blow full on. The frame around it deformed. The metal buckled inward in a shallow dent. Mark raised the wrench again. Greg said something. A word. Maybe a name. The sound of it disappeared under the second blow. The second blow was harder. The trunk lid jumped. The lock gave completely. Not cleanly, not in any mechanical, designed way. It tore. The housing sheared from the frame, and the lid sprang upward with a squeal of stressed metal. The hinges took the full weight as it flew open and locked there. The smell arrived before the light reached it. It came across the driveway in a slow wave. Thick. Biological. The specific, unmistakable compound of blood and heat and sealed space. It hit the back of my throat and sat there. David's flashlight beam swung to the trunk. A girl, curled tight against the driver's side wall of the trunk. She lay on her side, knees drawn up hard toward her chest, arms wrenched violently behind her back. A thick plastic zip tie bound her wrists together. The rigid plastic bit deeply into her skin. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably. She lifted her head. The flashlight caught her face full. Young. 15. Maybe 16. A girl from the cul-de-sac. I knew her face the way I knew all the faces on this street. From a distance. From the window. From the particular, incurious awareness of a woman who noted her neighbors without engaging them. The scream arrived. It came out of her in a single, sustained note. Pure terror. Unfiltered. The kind of sound the body makes when language has failed it entirely. It filled the driveway. It filled the street. It bounced off the house fronts and came back, distorted. And she kept going. My eyes stayed on her face. Then they moved. Not by choice. The way eyes move when something at the edge of the frame refuses to stay peripheral. Something beside her. Something that didn't move the way the girl moved, didn't shake, didn't breathe. Just occupied the space. David's flashlight beam shifted left. The shape resolved slowly, the way shapes do in bad light when the mind is already resisting what it's being shown. A woman. On her back. One arm folded wrong beneath her. The tarp had been pulled away or fallen open. I couldn't tell which. The beam caught the side of her face, the stillness of it. The particular, absolute stillness that has no equivalent in the living. Linda. Not the Linda I had constructed in my mind over 6 years of block parties and careful observation. Not the coiled spring. Not the righteous, loud, impossible-to-ignore force of nature I had chosen precisely because I knew how she would react. This Linda was still. The half-open eyes caught David's flashlight beam for one fraction of a second and held it, and gave nothing back. I had spent 3 weeks on those 12 words. I had chosen every detail with the precision of a woman who understood that the right information, delivered at the right moment, to the right person, produced a predictable outcome. I had been right about all of it. This was the part I hadn't prepared for. Mark stepped back from Greg. David's flashlight stayed on the trunk. Greg's hands were still up, palms out. His face had gone the color of the concrete. The girl kept screaming. David said something I couldn't hear. My feet were on hot asphalt, my hands open at my sides. The smile gone. Not performed away. Just gone. For exactly 4 seconds, I stood at the edge of Greg Patterson's driveway and felt the full weight of what precise, careful, correct thinking had produced. My 12 words put her there. Beneath the cicadas, somewhere past the cul-de-sac entrance, something wailed. Chapter 10. The girl kept screaming. The sound didn't diminish, didn't modulate. It stayed at the same sustained, unbroken pitch, the kind of sound the body can only produce for so long before something physical gives way. Nobody moved for 2 full seconds. Then David did. His left foot crossed the driveway line first. 1 step. Decisive. The flashlight beam swung downward with the movement, pulling away from the trunk, away from Linda's face, away from the girl's shaking shoulders. David's voice came in low, steady. The voice he used in emergencies. I've got you. I've got you. The beam angled back up toward the trunk as he reached it. His hands went over the lip, toward the girl. Greg moved. The shift was immediate. 1 second against the car, hands still raised. The next second a hard shove, both palms flat against Mark's chest. Mark staggered backward, then found his feet on the smooth concrete. Greg spun, lunging for the dark strip of grass beside the house. He didn't make it. The sirens didn't just arrive, they detonated. Headlights swept across the cul-de-sac entrance. 3 cruisers hit the driveway line, tires screaming against the hot asphalt. The strobes washed the driveway in violent red and blue. Doors flew open. Police, get on the ground! Greg froze in the glare, blinded by the sudden light. 2 officers hit him simultaneously. They took him down hard on the concrete, less than 10 feet from where I stood. Mark didn't run. He stood over them, his chest heaving, the heavy iron wrench still gripped tightly in his fist. Drop the weapon! Drop it now! A 3rd officer had his sidearm drawn, leveled directly at Mark's chest. A laser sight cut a sharp red line through the humid dark. Mark froze. He looked at the officer, then at the wrench in his hand, like he didn't know how it had gotten there. His fingers opened. The iron hit the asphalt with a heavy, ringing clang. Mark sank to his knees. He raised his empty hands and stared down at Greg with eyes that no longer looked human. Why? Mark's voice cracked, raw and completely broken. What did you do to Aaron? Greg's face was pressed into the asphalt under an officer's knee. His hands were wrenched behind his back. But he lifted his head, wild and desperate, and screamed over the radio static. I didn't mean to. Linda stormed in. She had her phone. Someone texted her. Mark. Someone told her we were down there. The words hit the humid air and hung there. My feet had not moved. The asphalt was still hot beneath them. Someone knew, Greg sobbed into the pavement, thrashing under the weight of the officers. Someone in this neighborhood set us up. They made her come down there. The screaming stopped. Not gradually, the way a switch flipped. One moment the sound was everywhere, and then David's voice replaced it. Low, steady, the voice he used when things needed managing. The girl's screaming compressed into something smaller. Wet, exhausted, still alive. The cicadas filled the space it left. Chapter 11. The strobe lights cycled. Red, blue, red, blue. The rhythm was mechanical and relentless. Each pulse threw the driveway into full bleached visibility before pulling it back. The Mercedes in sharp relief, then gone. The open trunk, then gone. David's face, then gone. The light found me. 1 pulse. 2. The red wash crossed my position at the driveway edge and moved on. But it would come back. The strobes didn't stop. They cycled, and every 3rd or 4th rotation, the geometry was going to put me in full view of 6 officers with flashlights, already swinging in my direction. The officers converged on the trunk. 2 went to David. 1 put a hand on his arm, voice low, the specific register of law enforcement managing a civilian witness. David's arm stayed around the girl. His head turned toward the officer, but his body didn't move. The girl's face was in his shoulder. A 3rd officer hit the trunk with a flashlight beam. The beam held there for 2 seconds. Then the shout. "I need backup at the vehicle. I need backup now." The words that meant the canvas, the witness statements, the question of who was standing where and when was about to begin. The radio static doubled. My left foot moved backward. 1 step. Slow. Heel to toe, transferring weight with the specific care of a person who could not afford the sound of a footfall. The asphalt accepted it without noise. The officers had their backs to the periphery. All of them. Every flashlight beam pointed inward, toward the trunk, toward David, toward the girl. The center of the driveway held every available unit of attention. The edges of that attention ended approximately 10 feet from the cruisers. My right foot moved. Another step backward. Away from the strobes, away from the voices. The red and blue lights still found me in its rotation, still washed across my position every few seconds, but the distance was growing. 1 more step, and the hedgerow at the edge of the Patterson property would stand between me and the direct line of the flashlight beams. 2 more steps. The hedge met my shoulder blade. The leaves were dry from the heat, stiff. They pressed against the fabric of my shirt without sound. The branches behind them were close enough to snag hair, close enough to catch a sleeve. I didn't stop. Another step. The strobes still reached this far. The red pulse crossed the hedgerow and lit the leaves in brief, violent intervals. But the officers' flashlights didn't follow. The flashlights stayed on the trunk, on Linda, on David's face while he answered the first question of what would become a very long series of questions. David. He would look for me. Not now. Now he was managing the girl and the officer and the radio noise and the open trunk 2 feet to his left. But in 10 minutes, 15, the first officer would ask for names, for addresses, for who else was present. David would turn. I wouldn't be there. The explanation for that would come later. It would have to. 1 problem at a time. My back foot found grass. The transition from asphalt to lawn was immediate. The grass was wet, slick with heavy summer humidity. It compressed silently underfoot. No scrape, no click. Just the soft give of damp earth beneath my bare soles. The dark deepened around me. 1 more step back and the strobes became peripheral. Still visible, still cycling their red and blue rhythm across the sky and the rooftops and the pale facades of the houses, but no longer landing on my skin. I turned. The cul-de-sac spread ahead in the dark. The same street I had lived on for 14 years. The same pavement. The same property lines. The same hedgerows and driveways and front walks I could navigate without light. The end of the street sat in total darkness. Valerie's house. The roofline broke against the slightly lighter sky the way it always did. The windows were black. The porch was invisible. The driveway was a shape suggested by the absence of lawn on either side. Dark. Still dark. But not empty. The photograph had come from the second floor. The messages to my real phone. The instruction to send David outside. The instruction to go to the porch. The instruction to leave the phone on the table. Each one timed. Each one precise. Each one issued from that dark house at the end of the street. Whoever sent them, the watcher, was still up there. Had to be. The police wanted the murderer. They would find him on the pavement with an officer's knee in his back. But Linda's phone was out there somewhere. In the basement, on the driveway, in her pocket when Greg brought her down. The moment an officer found it, the text existed again. 12 words, traced back to a burner, traced back to a purchase, traced back to a name. The watcher also knew. I needed to be gone before that started. I needed the watcher. Chapter 12. The lawn was wet. Not from rain. From the humidity alone condensing against the grass blades in slow accumulation over a sweltering, airless day. The dew soaked into the soles of my bare feet immediately. Cold against skin that had been burning on asphalt 30 seconds ago. The contrast was physical, jarring. I kept moving. The strobe still pulsed behind me. Red, blue. The rhythm painted the sky above the rooflines in alternating washes. The radio static carried across 2 properties. The voices carried further. With every step, they receded. It took several fast-paced steps across grass and asphalt. Then I approached Valerie's front walk. Each transition felt underfoot rather than seen. The cicadas filled everything the sirens left behind. Valerie's front walk was poured concrete. The texture changed under my feet. Smooth, slightly damp at the surface. The porch steps came 2 seconds later, 3 of them. My toes found the riser of the first. The porch boards were silent. Old houses creaked. Valerie's porch held. The boards were thick and well set, and they took my weight without protest. The front door was ahead. Dark wood, a brushed nickel handle. The kind of door chosen for its visual weight, its impression of permanence. I reached it. My right hand closed around the handle. It was unlocked. That stopped me for exactly 1 second. Valerie locked everything. The door being open meant someone had opened it. Someone who knew she was gone. Someone who had been inside long enough to feel comfortable leaving it that way. I went in anyway. The foyer was dark. The cologne hit first. Synthetic. Wrong for this house. Wrong for Valerie entirely. I stood still and let my eyes adjust and listen to the floor above me. Nothing. Then the creak of weight shifting. Deliberate. Patient. The staircase was to my right. I took it. The steps were carpeted to the landing, then hardwood. I kept to the wall edge where the boards were oldest and least likely to flex. 12 steps. I counted them without deciding to. The cologne was stronger as I went up. My breathing stayed shallow, nasal. The landing was now 3 steps above. 12th. It accepted my weight. The cologne was present now without searching for it. A clear, ambient fact of the air on the landing. The master bedroom doorway was 6 feet ahead, the door ajar. The strobe light from the street pulsed through the gap in thin, rhythmic slices. Red, blue, red. I pushed it open. Each pulse lit the room's interior for less than a second. A chair in the near corner. A dresser against the far wall. The window. The spotting scope on its tripod, aimed outward at the cul-de-sac below. A shape behind the scope. Not furniture. The strobe pulsed blue. The shape came into focus. A man. Back to the door. Looking through the scope. He watched the police work the driveway below with the same instrument, the same position, the same elevation that had produced the photograph sent to my phone. The blue light died. The room went back to gray nothing. I stood in the dark doorway and watched the watcher. Then the man behind the scope turned, unhurried, the way a man turned when he was expecting company. Chapter 13. I knew him. Not by name, by type. The neighborhood watch vest. The clipboard at block parties. The man who had knocked on my door 18 months ago about the placement of my recycling bin, who had stood on my porch with the specific, joyless authority of someone who had appointed himself to a role nobody else wanted. He was smiling. Not a caught smile, not embarrassed. The smile of a man arriving at the part of the evening he had been saving up for. My mind ran the calculation fast. He'd been up here all night. He had the scope. He'd seen everything. The porch, the burner phone, the text. The messages to my real phone had come from this room, the photograph, every instruction. I still didn't know what he wanted. Then the smartphone came up. The screen was already lit, already open. A photograph filled it completely. Erin's face, Erin's shirt, the blood across her collarbone, her jaw, the back of her left hand. Now I knew. You're mine now. His voice was low, pleased with himself. The strobe went blue. His face held the smile in blue light. Patient, certain, confident. He'd never once considered the possibility that the woman in the doorway would not fold. He expected me to beg, to cave in to whatever desire his perverted mind craved. The blue light died. My left foot crossed the threshold. No thought preceded it. The thought and the movement were the same event, compressed into a single instant. The body arrived at a conclusion the mind hadn't finished articulating. Second step. Third. 3 steps from the doorway to the tripod. Bare feet on Valerie's hardwood. Silent. Controlled. His smile changed. Not gone. Not yet. Just recalibrated. A fraction of uncertainty entered the corners of it. The specific micro-expression of a man whose model of the situation had just encountered new data. He started to say something. My hands closed around the spotting scope. The metal was cold, solid. The weight of it was immediate when my grip took it off the mount. Heavier than expected. Both hands necessary. Good. I didn't hesitate. The scope connected with the side of his head. The sound was dense and abbreviated and specific. A compression. A stop. The sudden end of all the air he had been about to use. His legs went. Not dramatically. Not in a stagger or a spin. They simply stopped doing their job. The knees buckled in sequence, left then right, and the rest of him followed at the speed of a controlled demolition. He hit the hardwood floor. The smartphone left his grip on the way down. The screen caught the next strobe pulse as it slid. Red light across the glass face. The photograph still visible. Erin still filling the frame. The phone traveled 3 feet across the hardwood before the far baseboard stopped it. I stepped over him. His chest moved. Shallow. Present. A dark line opened above his left ear and worked its way toward his jaw with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. The scope was still in both hands. I brought it down on the phone. Not a swing. A drop. Controlled. Vertical. The full weight of the instrument through my arms and into the glass face of the screen. The phone didn't shatter cleanly. It collapsed. The screen fragmented inward. The frame buckled at the midpoint. the internal architecture losing its geometry in a single, final event. I lifted the scope. The phone was a collection of parts held in proximity by habit. I crossed to Valerie's side table, pulled 3 tissues from the box, wiped the scope from objective to eyepiece, slow and thorough, every surface my hands had touched. Set it on the floor beside him. Pocketed the tissues. His chest still moved. I turned away from all of it. The doorway, the landing, the staircase, 12 steps down in the same order as the ascent, the same weight distribution, the same controlled transfer from heel to sole. The foyer accepted me at the bottom. The cologne still present, still wrong. 2 more tissues from the foyer table. Wrapped my hand, opened the front door, wiped the interior handle, wiped the exterior handle on the way out, pocketed those too. The outside air arrived. The cicadas, the residual heat, the strobe still cycling red and blue above the roofline 2 properties away. I crossed the porch, the steps, the front walk, the lawn. My posture changed somewhere between Valerie's property line and my own. Not a decision, a restoration. The shoulders settled. The jaw released the tension it had held since the office floor. The hands opened from the half grip they had maintained since the scope left the tripod mount. The face came last. The muscles around the eyes first, then the corners of the mouth, then the full arrangement. Assembled piece by piece in the dark crossing of a lawn, rebuilt from raw components into something recognizable. Something practiced. Something that had performed flawlessly for 14 years in every room it had ever entered. The driveway was 20 feet ahead. David stood with the girl at the near edge, an officer beside him, a second officer at the trunk, a third on a radio, his back to the street, his voice low and clipped and continuous. The nearest officer turned. His flashlight came up. Procedural. The beam crossed my face briefly, then dropped to neutral. "Ma'am, did you see what happened here tonight?" The strobe cycled behind him. Red, blue, red. My shoulders sat at their correct angle. My hands rested open at my sides. "I'm sorry." My voice carried exactly the right amount of shaken. I stepped outside for some air. I heard shouting and I froze. The officer's pen came out. "Can I get your name and address?" "Evelyn Marsh, number 2, over there." I turned slightly toward my house, then back. "Is everyone all right? The girl—" "We're handling it, ma'am." He wrote something. "You didn't see anything before you came outside?" I met his eyes. Nothing at all. Epilogue. The air conditioning came back at 7 in the morning. Not with drama. Not with any sound proportionate to the night it had been absent. A soft mechanical hum from the unit at the side of the house. A click from the thermostat in the hallway. And then the slow, deliberate exhale of cool air through every vent in the house. The temperature dropped a single degree in the first minute. Then another. The oppressive, body temperature air that had been sitting in the kitchen since 8 o'clock the previous evening began, for the first time in 11 hours, to move. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee and watched the cul-de-sac wake up under a morning so bright it seemed designed to be ironic. The power grid, as it turned out, had not been hacked. There was no infrastructure attack, no coordinated failure, no conspiracy of the kind Tom had been confidently theorizing about over warm Pinot Noir at my dinner table. It was a summer grid overload. A routine, municipal, deeply mundane cascade failure. The kind that happened in the northeastern corridor every few years. Too many days above 95. Too many air conditioning units making simultaneous demands on an infrastructure built for a different century. A coincidence, that was all. A coincidence that had stripped the neighborhood of its electricity, its comfort, its certainty, and ultimately, its civility. It had done so on the specific evening that I had chosen to send 12 words from a prepaid phone to a woman who was now sealed inside an industrial tarp in the medical examiner's facility. I took a sip of my coffee. The roast was exactly right. I had programmed the machine the night before the dinner party, before the guests arrived, before 7:50 p.m. and everything that followed. The timer had simply continued on its own logic through the blackout and resumed at dawn. The machine had no awareness of what had occurred in the intervening hours. It had simply done its job. I understood that completely. The guests had been managed without incident. After returning from Valerie's house and talking with the officer, I washed my hands in the downstairs bathroom, smoothed my hair in the mirror above the sink, straightened the collar of my shirt with 2 fingers. I checked my expression, now fully reconstituted into something a dinner guest would recognize. Then I walked back into the dining room, with the practiced warmth of a hostess who had absorbed disruption. Only then did I release my guests from any obligation to stay. Tom had been easy. He wanted to leave. He'd wanted to leave for an hour. Renee had required slightly more management, because Renee always required slightly more management. But the promise of a proper dinner rescheduled for the following month satisfied her completely. Paul and Janet were already in the foyer by the time I reached them. They drove away, complaining about the humidity and the inconvenience of the grid failure. They were entirely oblivious to the blue and red lights strobing at the far end of the street. David was still asleep upstairs. He had come to bed at 2 a.m, after speaking with the police for 90 minutes in Greg's driveway. He'd sat alone in the kitchen for another hour, in the way men sit alone in kitchens when they have witnessed something they don't yet have language for. When he finally climbed the stairs and found me in bed, he pressed his hand to my shoulder in the dark and said nothing. I said nothing back, and within 12 minutes his breathing had leveled into sleep. He knew nothing. He would continue to know nothing, because there was nothing to know. Not anymore. Outside the kitchen window, the morning sun laid itself across the cul-de-sac, with the cheerful, indiscriminate generosity of a season that has no interest in context. The crime scene tape caught the light and threw it back, yellow and white. It stretched across the entrance to Greg's driveway in both directions, staked to the Patterson lawn on one side and the base of the streetlight on the other. It moved slightly in the first faint suggestion of a morning breeze. Greg was gone. They had taken him sometime before 3. I had watched the cruiser's taillights from this same window, moving unhurried down the dark street, taking him somewhere that had fluorescent lights and a processing desk, and a room where everything he'd said last night would be said again, more carefully, with lawyers present. His driveway remained. The tape. The numbered evidence markers still visible on the concrete where the tarp had been. 2 CSI technicians moved slowly along the far edge of the property, their work unhurried in the way of people who had been at it all night and had stopped checking the time. Mark's car was still in his driveway. He hadn't gone anywhere. At some point, the lights in his kitchen had come on with the power. I had noted that too, and stayed on. A man who couldn't sleep in the dark after a night like that. A man sitting at his own kitchen table on the other side of the street, doing the same arithmetic I was doing, arriving at different answers. Chloe's parents had taken her to the hospital before midnight. I had watched that too. Her father carrying her to the car, the way fathers carried daughters they thought they had outgrown carrying. Her mother's hand on her back, still moving in those slow circles, all the way to the door. Alive. Mark had opened that trunk. That particular outcome had nothing to do with me. I looked toward Valerie's house. Aaron stood on the front walk, wrapped in an orange thermal blanket, speaking to a female officer. The fragmented, restarting quality of someone who had told the same story so many times, the words had begun to detach from their meaning. They had found her in the downstairs pantry, behind a shelving unit, the door pulled locked. She had survived a murder and a night alone in a stranger's house. She stood in the morning light looking like someone not yet sure which parts of herself had been left behind in the dark. Then the front door of Valerie's house opened. The paramedics came through with a stretcher between them, navigating the porch steps with practiced efficiency. The figure on the stretcher was elevated slightly. Not flat. Head and shoulders raised. The bandaging around his head was white. Clean. extensive. Arthur. He was conscious. That had been the determination. Conscious, stable, and able to speak. The stretcher reached the front walk. His right arm came up from the blanket. One finger extended. The arm shook. Fine, visible tremor. But the direction was unambiguous. He pointed at my kitchen window. His mouth moved. Too far to hear. But the posture said everything. The detective followed the gesture. Her eyes found the window, found the glass, found the shape of a woman in a kitchen holding a coffee cup in the morning light. She held that gaze, then looked back at Arthur, then back at the house. Neutral, measured, professional. I took a slow sip of my coffee. The warmth moved down through my chest in a clean, even line. Arthur had no evidence, no device, no record, nothing recoverable. The phone was pulverized on Valerie's hardwood floor. The burner was wiped and dormant in my secret hiding place upstairs. The message threads on my real phone were gone. The scope had been wiped before I set it down. It took a few seconds in the dark while Arthur's chest rose and fell behind me. The door handle I wiped on my way out. The grass had been wet. My footprints, if they existed at all, existed in dew that would be gone before 7. The morning sun was already doing that work. And I had been outside. Everyone at the scene had seen me outside. A woman who stepped off her porch during a neighborhood crisis and walked toward the screaming, that was not a woman who needed explaining. That was a wife, a neighbor, a hostess whose dinner party had been interrupted. Nothing to find. Because I had ensured there was nothing to find. In the dark, under pressure, in bare feet. In 11 minutes, the stretcher was loaded into the ambulance. The doors closed. The detective wrote something in her notepad, glanced once more toward the house, then turned away. The kitchen was cool now. Genuinely cool. The surfaces were clean, the counter wiped, the dining table reset with placemats centered precisely, equidistant from every edge. The house was exactly as it should be. Outside, the cul-de-sac was in ruins. Tape, cruisers, shock blankets. The neighbors would talk. They would form theories. They would not talk about me. Because there was nothing to say, nothing to see, nothing to find. The coffee was perfect. The house was immaculate. The morning was bright and merciless and entirely mine. I stood at the kitchen window and watched the ambulance pull away. And I felt it. The satisfaction. Clean. Total. Control was not something you maintained. It was something you reclaimed. Again and again. In the dark. With whatever was at hand. I had done it last night. I would do it again. The end. You've been listening to The Blackout, the complete series, written by Ion Ezemai, and Earreads production. Copyright 2026 by Ion Ezemai. All rights reserved. Visit ionezemai.com to download your free copy of Perfect Road Trip and join the reader list for early access to new releases.